Start coming at you with another game of Total War 3 Kingdoms. Playing 190 Expanded today, as always. Here in the beta, we're testing out Gongsun. There's some new faction council effects we want to take a look at. He's got some governor edicts. Now, I have not played Gongsun in 190 Expanded, but I did play him in vanilla. But anyway, we're just gonna look at, everybody knows the big GSZ. Zhao Yun starts in his faction, everybody's favorite boy. Now, this dude, he's an unsavory dude, right? But we're gonna see how we can get, we're gonna see what we can get out of this little campaign here. Now we start up around Yuan Shao, of course, who is not a good neighbor, and neither still are we. But we will, and then the Wuhan tribes, and Liu Yu, and there's the thing is though is if we could theoretically make friends with like Yuan Shao, then which is maybe possible, unlikely though. There's probably an event where we can like not bash somebody, but yes, Luoyang lies in ruins. It's the work of the tyrant, etc. Everybody knows all that. All right, so. We just need to beat this guy for military supplies and faction morale. The classic hit the Han Empire next to you. So, of course, the thing is the Wuhan tribes start over here, right? So they'll move in here and take this, like, first turn, probably. Because if memory serves, they start, like, right here. But, it just makes it a little awkward to collect your stuff. So you take this, and then you really need to take this from Liu Yu immediately, and then I think it makes Yuan Shao mad at you. But, we'll work on it. We'll figure it out. 4K from Family Estates? $4K. All right. All right. So immediately we see there's some unhappy people who need jobs, but we're making plenty of money here, right? So what we want to do is, hey, faction-wide reserves, love it. So we've got a couple of gold weapon guys. We need to level up Gongsun. Now we know if we get Mighty Knockback, that'll be pretty good. Okay, Final Rush is now much improved, which I feel like I knew, but it bears repeating. Speed, hit chance, morale, and melee attack rate. All of that is very good. Would we rather have flexibility though? No. All right. So the first thing that we want to do is, well, if we get the lady in here, well, as cool as she is she the most desirable figure? Yeah, she has Wisdom of the River and Fire Arrows. That makes her the most desirable. And then we don't need to recruit them, and no, because if we do it now, they'll be cheaper at least, right? So we just buy what? Some of those, and he can already get the sword guards, so we get one of them, and now we're out of money, but that's okay, because I feel like even though losing the mustering rate is there, because if we wait till we go here, right, we're going to be taking a faction support hit, and then we're not going to be able to afford to get them in the first place. But speaking of the first place, let's go ahead and do this battle. I am very amateurish. Don't think that because I played this game for 650 hours I know what I'm doing. But we can certainly win this fight. but simple little time, you know, yeah. They've got some archers, but we outrange them anyway. So we're just going to be able... Oh, yeah, you want to duel Zhao Yun? Yeah, very well, I accept. Now, this is one of those things where you just figure you'll win. Because he's Zhao Yun. We're gonna help him out anyway. We're gonna run up and hit him with the old wisdom debuff, and I think they're still posturing at each other right now, but should be fine. And then pretty soon, their cav will run into the box of doom, because now they're suppressed. Help me, I'm being suppressed. And they are not, yeah, so these repeaters actually make quite short work of their cav there. And of course, Zhao Yun is just having the best time. This dude's never lost a duel, right? I mean, he might eventually, but he is, you know, famously that guy, as they say in the time period. We need to not run into those dudes. Run away, run away. But maybe with time we'll play slightly better. We want to get onto these archers, and then we're going to try to flank in here. Actually, yeah, that side charge onto these humble G militia really tuned him up. And Zhao Yun, you know, he's having a time still. He's winning. He's only getting hurt a little bit. We're not that worried about him. He doesn't have his super tenacity yet, but he's still pretty tenacious. I'm like, where are they fighting here? Are they fighting? It's like, imagine his surprise when he challenges this guy to a duel, and then it's like a very scary figure indeed. But you can always rely on Zhao Yun to win a duel. You can almost always rely on it. I've personally beat him before, but usually from like cheating, right? Like when you bring up a bunch of people and help. But you know, Zhao Yun also, to his credit, is always sparing dudes, which is very good because you don't want to wound people, right? Well, usually you don't. Because if they get wounded, they either get full HP the next turn, right? They get the wounds on them, or they could perish, and maybe you want to like recruit that general later, right? And like, I don't really think we need this guy. Yeah, we don't. We'll just release him. We'll make 500 for releasing him. That's good. And then we will just take the replen because it's not very much money. I think this makes... Well, actually, it might make people like us because they're also the enemies of the Han, right? Oh, I didn't read that. We're going to promote this character. We get a glorious victory. Alright, so we have to get the Iron Mines. Got it. And we get our Taste of Victory thing. And it says that he was killed in battle, even though we totally did release him. I guess they're just giving him, you know... Yeah. Oh, and this guy comes in with a porcelain cup, so drink it up. Good stuff there. Now, I think... Alright, first things first. Edicts. Alright, we gotta get our Inspectorum pointed. So this is the administrator thing, but it's the special one. And this would let us recruit for cheaper and build those buildings faster. This lets us do 100%, 150% more food. Got a commerce and a market thing. You know, these are probably the ones that are what we're familiar with, but they have special edicts. So what do we want here in this place with the trade port? I mean, the commerce inspector would be the best one, broadly speaking. One would think. We don't want +1 mustering turns. We'll, you know, this guy is the military judge. Yeah, you know, more public order. That's good stuff. You know, we'll take this. All right, so he can choose an edict, which will make us lose a little bit of population to get replenishment, or if we get to rank 3, either the city or the guy himself, probably the guy himself, and then we can try these things. Well, we will just try... Well, we'll do the drill fields real quick. Which, yes, so it's going down by a little bit. So this is giving us slightly more replenishment at the cost of population, which, you know, could sting in the long run, but, you know, it does work. Because I couldn't even test the corruption one right now, right, on account of how our numbers are so slow. I mean, I could click on it, but what we want to do here is continue to pump there. We've got a lot of people in this faction. All right, and then we'll hit the construction one here. If... Like, is it desirable? Is this dude like our cousin or something? They're level 2, and this guy is a right fist. You know, we just need to, I guess, give these dudes... Somebody needs a chancellor position, or one of you good at it? Not bad. We totally forgot. Like, you can totally appoint somebody on like the first turn probably and do a faction council there. We'll do it in the spring. I know how the game works. I don't. We get a whole lot of ancillaries here, right? Just a whole lot of them. But here we lean into capture chance and then getting more expertise is, of course, very excellent. Kind of want to save the... Well, you know, we can put it on him for the moment. His satisfaction is not ultra high after all. And now we come in here to heroically take the mine. And at least we know we're going to have, like, a little bump to replenishment for the early game through our assignments and stuff, such as we'll need it to boost up our folks here. Now the mine, yes, the mine is a horrifying place where many a run has gone to die, but we're not going to do it. Oh, White Horse fellas have 60 in the unit. I did not know that. That is most excellent indeed. I thought they were a 40 unit like in the base game, so that is very, very nice. These are the fellows, not the raiders, right? So this is the higher level one even. But they, you know, they're like, you know, very, very solid indeed. 2 to 25 range. Now they might actually come out at us here. We should be so lucky. But the fellows might be able to make a little bit of a difference here. I think you can just shoot over the way. Yes, because these towers, the angle is like so they cover the entrance, and these towers cover over this way. But here we're going to be able to... Oh, Lance Cavalry Captain has 60 models as well. The more you know. Bum 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 bum. But, like, can we shoot it without getting hit by these towers? I don't think so. But it looks like this tower is not hitting us. At least as of yet. So, beautiful stuff. Of course, Archer Militia, hardly the best at shooting down a tower. But here, you know, we're still not getting shot from these towers, so maybe maybe this terrain is protecting us perfectly. It looks like that's what's happening, right? Yeah, so the humble Archer Militia, humble no longer, doing wonderfully here. You know, sure, it takes them a long time, and most of them don't shoot at any given moment, but, you know, it's all about... all about efficiency, right? That's me, the efficient one. But I think here our suppress... yeah, so this is going to be excellent. When the suppressive fire hits them, then, you know, they don't get away unless they get away. Yes, they are going to get away. Crossbow arc is a little trickier. But here, I guess we just... because we don't really have enough units to just throw away here. I guess, yeah, we just try to move up like so. Or actually, you know, we're moving a little too fast here because... no, they only have the three other units inside, so we can charge the Lance Cav here with our big guys while we go enforce a blob in the center here. But now that most of them are burning down, I'm like, we're not even going to charge in there. We're going to make them come out to us, right? Because if all they have is one tower, then I bet we'll be okay here. Yeah, the Lance Cav get taken down. A deliberate approach. Alright, now let's abandon a deliberate approach and charge. But now we're going to get off of our horses because these militia will go down just fine to that. And we're not really making a way towards hitting these guys well, but that's okay. They're fleeing here. We'll be able to hit a roar soonish. And with that, with very, very careful thought and micro, we can beat a much insignificant force. Hey, I'm not being fair to myself. It's important to do that without taking very many casualties, and that's what we did. We've got some replen, but you know. Getting it done. And we get some public order and faction support, and then if we build a building, we will get the economy growing one. Guess we'll build a building. All right, yeah, it's the military inspection office, which is the prestige mustering turns, public order, faction support, income, and replenishment building. A lot of stuff. Do we build it? Alright, what are the chances? Because if we don't need a garrison building immediately, we can build something that isn't a garrison building, right? That just makes sense. Got a couple assignments. If we build the school, we could get the assignment tech, my favorite tech. Do we need... No, we're going to need food. We're going to need food and the food tech, probably. You know, let's just get food. It's pretty boring to get food first. But what if it's correct? Yeah, we're just gonna get food. I'm willing to accept that it could be wrong. Alright, there's our turn 1. Amazing! Or, in any case, that's not turn 1. Is it turn 1? Like it must be. Alright, I didn't not do the research. Alright, well... The army is here. I believe in the repeater crossbowmen. I believe that they are kinda strong. So let's see how things keep on working. And, you know, next turn we'll see if that replenishment from the edict was on in addition to the malice that we were taking. Because, like... Because as much as we might, like, want to hit Liu Yu, if we can't win... No, we have 4K in family estates, so it definitely feels like... You know, we've got a little bit of a chance of getting things done, but... Alright, so he forms a coalition here, and invites Euphalo. Man, they are coalitioning up, huh?
敌友关系也会加深，从而影响他们对你的满意度。要注意他们各自的关系和品质。
We've got a warglaive now as well. We're like getting all these cool weapons. We don't really need them. We'll take them though. Speaking of what we don't really need, Hongfu Song. Taishitsi, strangely not in the recruitment thing. Like, maybe we should get Liu Fan, though. It's level 2, who'd be good for... Yeah, but that's... You know, the range block chance, that would be good. For, like, a second army type of thing. It is like all of our money to pick them up, though. We could not pick them up. We should probably let somebody go, right? Leopard guy's pretty gallant and good. This guy makes everybody like us, so we hardly want to drop him. Alright, so good news. Everybody is going to be somebody I don't want to get rid of. Alright, the two-faced charlatan can go. We don't need this guy either. Like, do I care about you? gets everybody out of the strong negatives there. We're sort of keeping parity with the population there, but yeah, so here, yep, we do get the 3% from the faction, which is from the drill fields there. And yeah, so drill fields is working. And when we get that guy to level 3, if it ever happens. Stuck on the second turn. All right, what do we do now? We move here and discover that somebody else takes this before we get there? Not necessarily. I don't know how this works, so we're just going to run here. Get a little bit more healing from slightly more faction support. Jianfeng is there, so we assume that Yuan Shao is going to roll him up. I don't know. Well, the yellow turbans push Liu Yu over this way, which is good enough, you know, because attacking him there is the abstract future play, right? But if we can grab... No, I was like, won't Yuan Shao take that? He will indeed take that. So he's a dude that, like, hates us, right? And for super good reasons. But that doesn't mean that we can't be friends. We just need to make an offer to him. Who knows what it'll be. Forms a coalition with Han Fu. Invite Cao Cao into this coalition. Why not me? And then, alright, so if we get 2 more units, then we'll get 10% replan. Let me in. Yeah! I get into the coalition. Hooray, everybody! We're part of the coalition. Cao Cao barely wanted it, but the rest of these dudes were totally cool with it, and then we're going to not be able to trade with either of these fools. Because our future involves going up here and popping Liu Yu. Now here, we have so many military supplies. Oh, from the Taste of Victory. I'm like, we're not even losing anything right here. But in just a couple of turns, they'll be there. So what we want to do is go right here to the border and threateningly build up our forces. Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. White Horse Raiders are quite expensive at 345. We know they're very good. But, alright, so we want, what, like a yellow cavalry to do yellow cavalry things? I mean, yeah, probably one. 1,000 for it. Alternately, right, we need... Yeah, because if we just shoot them with our repeating crossbows, that solves those problems. So we get more G infantry because Zhao Yun can get more of these excellent sword guards. And then another axe band. I mean, it's a lot of axe bands. I feel like we'll just wait and then get... Yeah, because we're right at the border of practical there, but we'll muster up in a couple of turns, and then we'll see what he has going on. You know, he's got issues of his own. He's about to have more of them. I'm like, does anybody want a non-aggression pact with me that I want a non-aggression pact with? Yeah, Liu Bei! I'm probably not going to have to fight you, right? Yeah, you're trading with Yuan Shao. That'll never change. Can you just, like, give me some money, buddy? I know you're super broke, but could you sell, like, a sandal or 3? There we go. And now I am a trustworthy dude with, you know, these connections. Gaogan. This will be nice because, of course, we know that. Like, dude, paying me anything is fine with me. He is the vassal of Yuan Shao, so that'll be good for us. We know that this dude is all coalitioned up, so, you know, we're just doing the agreements with people that make everybody love us. And right now, we're in a coalition, which gives us military access there. And we're going to go ahead and hit it with him, and that'll make him like us better, so that Yuan Shao will not get like a weird excuse from him to hit us. And now, with our increased replenishment from the quests, you know, we'll be ready in a couple of turns, and then we'll see what we can do. Of course, it'll just be these guys against us, and we can burn down the tower. So we'll see how it goes, right? We certainly will. If we can provoke one of them to duel Zhao Yun, you know, we might even be home in time for tea. It says negative 2k, but I'm not seeing it go down at all, but it's only been a couple of turns, so it might be like rounded up to 300k or something, but there we go. We've palled around. Because unironically, if Gongsun Zun and Yuan Shao could have gotten along well, not to be all the Hanfu lands were supposed to be split up, but, you know, if they could have gotten along, this northern block would have been very fearsome indeed. But, you know, the petty squabbling of warlords is apt to tear apart their best laid plans. And here, you know, so this is perfection for me. This is absolutely ideal. This is just perfect. So, possibly Chu Liju could come in here and hit me. Is he having other problems? Oh, he's allied with Gongsun Du. So, yeah, that actually could be problems for me. But I want to hit Liu Yu while he's away from home. I was going to wait for the army to get mustered up, but here I'm like, no, we'll just go in, take care of it. And then, if he comes to hit us on the crackback, you know, we'll be there. Could they attack us in a turn? I don't think so. Yes, Faction Council. So, agri-economy or industrial economy, or those the only... Yeah, so those are the ones we've got access to right now. I believe maybe the other ones will come to us with time, right? When we get, like, the Grand Commandant or the other things. So we have to do well. Alright, now, the only thing that'll be good here is the population bonus here. The only thing. The population bonus, and we'll probably make, you know, less money. Slightly less money. We lose a very small amount of money from going there, but, you know, it'll get here. So yeah, I guess it's time to bushwhack him. Because yeah, a coalition isn't bound to do the attacks, you know, right there, and we're just going to do the siege ourselves, because I don't look, when you take an auto in the early game in Total War, you deserve whatever happens to you. I mean, you could just lose, like, this much of a health bar, and they'll be like, I told you, low casualties. You ain't dead. And then you're like, that's not what casualties means. Alright, so it's just a simple matter of running in the frontier and beating down the foe. Easy peasy, anyone can do it. I think they might actually be sallying out at me. Yep. They are indeed. Which makes sense. But even without armor, the axemen have shields, you know, so that'll be good. And we'll just roll in here, and you know, even with the low faction support, hopefully we'll heal up a little bit, and should be in plenty of fine enough shape to get a win. And here we want to get a rear charge on these fellows, not anything else. Back away. There we go. Classic example of 18v4 and how you can do it. But, to be totally clear, doing it this way was essential and very good. Because, man oh man, do you ever not want to take a surprise, you know, 500 billion damage onto one of your dudes? And you might think, can you even take that much damage? I can. Because if Liu Yu gets knocked out of contention quickly enough, right, and from here we might be able to jump over and immediately take that animal tamer. Elite animal pasture man. Boom, and we gain momentum, and that gives us cheaper recruitment cost. Well, there we go, and from each according to their ability. We gain momentum. We gain momentum. We get the quest for it, and we're rewarded with compliments. Now here, crucially, Yuan Shao... I mean, look at Han Fu, right? Does he always start with this much land? I think so. I think he starts with these two at the start, or rather, can't immediately get in here. But it's still pretty funny. I never start up here, so, you know, he always gets absorbed. But maybe not this time. I do wonder what'll happen up here. We've already got our little piece, right? With a nice iron mine, and obviously we can just roll over here and fight them once this is dealt with. Because he's besieging the yellow turbans, and sure, he probably wins here, but then we can just roll him up from there, or maybe the yellow turbans hit him back. And if not, then we go up here, and if we take Dai, then that's a very good place to be from, as, you know, the Black Mountains are over here, but it's a sort of awkward run in. Or no, there's like a lumber yard over there too, I think. But that's a good place to have as a little bit of a standoff. Now, what we want is even more repeating crossbows. Yeah, I think so. I think that's what's hot on the streets. I think that's what we're looking for. We could wait for the faction support to stabilize. It'd be just one more turn. Might as well. So I think we'll be able to do it on our own here. Now, if we... This is more defensible than the other one, and it's linked to the iron mine, which we might lose, but... So more important to upgrade this one than this one. I think also it's spring, which means it's time to take, you guessed it, 4 food. Gotta take your 4 food foraging. There might be other schools of thought. I guess it just depends on where you start with, right? I love assignments. They're great. And if you have, like, your trade thing set up, but we don't actually have any trade agreements accessible at the moment. More's the pity. It's like we can get a military access pact with Gongsun, which would actually be pretty funny, because he's in this coalition against us, but so what? If it trends up, actually, you know, we should do it, shouldn't we? Yeah, because that'll trend up, and it doesn't matter that he's in this coalition, you know, that'll just make his ally mad at him, and yeah, because after all, this coalition isn't going to be around for very much longer, is it? You know, they're about to coalesce for their last time. So at the top of it, you can get huge replenishment for the garrison, and then slightly higher building upkeep. I mean, yeah, it's pretty nice to be able to just swap them around like that. We'll see how they go as we progress. All right. Making barely any money, but importantly, technically, some money. Should we fire somebody? We've already gone through this. Who's the least desirable person? The guy that we sent to get more experience? Great. I guess that is a way to get an immediate refund on your assignment slot. Alright, so what we want is... Wenjing doesn't get along with the administrator. This is hardly going to help matters for their satisfaction, but it'll make me a little bit of money, so they'll get over it. And we're gonna be a military alliance. Hanfu and Cao Cao don't like this. I don't care if they don't like it. I'm really only concerned with me and Yuan Shao being buddy-buddy, right? Like, unironically, what if we could just be friends? What if he and I, who we're not so different, you and I. Do you remember Yuan Shao when I told you we're not so different, you and I? We're not so different, you and I. See, I did say that. Yeah, so now we're allies, and he quite likes us. And unlike, oh yeah, we're personally friends. We got all this stuff. I'm like, you want to marry somebody into our house? No, he doesn't. Does anybody want to marry somebody into our house? He has so much food already. Of course he does. Look at what the game starts him with. I should play the Cao Cao campaign. Like, would you pay me barely any money for food? No, that's not what we're looking for. Taishitsi, why not? Literally, why not? We know he'll do a great job here, and that'll be our... And, hey, you know, there you go, industrial thing. So one of the amazing things about Gongsun Sunright is you start with these admin slots. So this will be the industrial inspector, old Taishitsi, who, as we know, has quite the retinue, right? So with this retinue, plus himself, who I relentlessly insult, but, you know, he's probably a fine fighter. He lost a duel to Xie while I was playing a different campaign, and so I've been dissing him ever since. But a very good pickup there, and now we can... Oh, it even shows a little edict there. Enacting it, because there does... Yeah, so we can't quite get it, but so these are different ones where, you know, they're you know, slightly different magnitudes, or ooh, this one's a risky decree. Oh, you could hit this for 6 reserves to local commandery. Very cool. I love reserves, right? Yeah. Nice stuff there. No edicts yet there, but we'll get one for him when we get a little bit more money. Now, he's recovering here in the middle of these lands. Do we want to take the turban? I think so, right? Because we want to press him out. If he wants to take this yellow turban town, then we'll follow up and get it. He can't get back over here in time. We're going to need another army here, probably. But, you know, I'm just winging it. I'm just winging it. Because having land up here, to me, is better than having land over here. Even though this iron mine could theoretically pay off pretty well eventually. You know, right now it's just 80. They're open iron veins, not even a mine. They don't even call it a mine. We're gonna attack the Yellow Turban Rebellion here, and he's gonna be like, "What? Why am I in it? Why me?" And I don't think they even have walls here. No, they do not.
师出有名，快哉，快哉！朋友，你我同心协力，便挺住！骑兵上马，赶快！跑步！
And here we have a big, amazing blob. And we're just trying to find the foe. Alright, here we go. I'm like, look, I regret nothing here, right? So I don't think they really have shields here, which means we'll take some damage, but not enough to really make me upset. I think. Come around this way. And this way. Plenty of repeating crossbows to make them very sad. And with a pretty brutal envelop, you know, once again, if I could just take these 6v18 fights, I'm gonna look like a real general. But I think the key, too, is identifying that repeating crossbows are really quite incredibly good, which I did not, you know, anticipate before playing, but, like, you know, they get it done. That ammo, you know, it's deceptive how quickly they get the damage, and the numbers don't tell the tale. Gongsun's on, we get our oath sworn stuff there. And he either attacks us or moves in here awkwardly. Now, he can, you know, have a fine time without any lands, but he doesn't necessarily know that, you know, and he might feel a little nervous about it. This does let us get an edict. No, we don't have enough gold. It might have been because we didn't have enough whenever that got authorized for this turn. We'll see next turn if it's usable. Hopefully, it's not like if you... Well, you know, whatever we find will be what we find. But, like, maybe it'll be something weird. Like, if you name somebody into the position when you have less than 250 gold, you can never do them. And if I found that, I would be very proud of myself indeed. But we'll see on the next turn if it's like that, or if it just gets delayed a little bit. And yeah, our tempo here is absolutely outstanding. Now, he's probably going to attack us here. We can't stand to it.
我还以为你死了。
If we traded him this land, though... No, it's our capital. We couldn't. Like, you know, if we would have put Taishitsi here, we could have defended it. You know, why don't we... Yeesh. I was like, why don't we try to defend it? And then I look at it, and I'm like, yeesh. Well, I mean, they do have Northern Courage, though. We would still have to be stronger than them for a brief period of time.
摆好阵势，准备出击。发动农民。
But, you know, we'll
身心再度融为一体。
we'll get the two of them in here. Get him a glaive on, you know, wake up in the morning, get your glaive on. Alright, so we can indeed hit here, and it does work. Alright, so what we want to do here is... Yeah, we'll test this one. Our satisfaction there is fine. So, Magistrate Courts. This one gives satisfaction to the characters in that commandery, public order there, and building upkeep. So, public order from other, very good. Oh, this is a different place than here. We would look on Taishitsi for it. Well, maybe the negative satisfaction doesn't work. We'll see that in a second. The Yuhe, like, always gets married in here. Yeah, if we just take the city right now... then he's not in a position to get through. So yeah, I think that's the play. We get there with 1% remaining. Elite.
拼死一战。师出有名，快哉，快哉！
让这些狗贼尝尝怒火。
Oh, it's like a pseudo wall I did there, but yeah, we're just gonna go in from this way, as is tradition. And figure they'll probably sally out again. Yes, that's exactly what we get. Figures we would see it, and we do. Look, I wouldn't want to die under the shade of arrow fire either. I would want to die screaming. No, you know, if I had my preference, I would just live for 10 or 12,000 years and not have to worry about any of these problems. Zhao Yun has 118% missile block chance. Huh. He's got a whole lot of it, okay? Oh, from Oathsworn and Friend. He already had like basically a ton and 80 armor. So we can treat him like an old hero, right? He's not going to get hurt by these towers, I don't think, or they'll destroy him. We'll see. Yeah, that was the key, I think. We were playing hard factions. We needed to play a nice faction with a big hero who could just run in and hit Flames of the Phoenix, just like the old days. Just like the old days. You know, it did some damage. And we actually get shot up a lot because we turned our back to the towers, which makes sense. Let's get out of there. Tis a silly place. You know, losing a couple thousand hit points is what it is. Losing more than that, not necessary. But just once again proving that we don't have to be terribly impatient. Of course, hard to remember that if you have Northern Courage, but we don't. We don't have Northern Courage, so they're the ones that have to remember it, not me. Of course, the other thing about not taking autos and getting losses is you maintain your military strength, such as it is, and that is absolutely critical. But, you know, here, we'll fight under the towers just a little bit as a treat. But Peasant Warriors do have 20 bonus versus large, you know, so even though they don't have that charge reflect, they can still really get a whole lot done in just a little bit of time. But not if they break upon contact. Alright. Once again, if we just get a 17v7 all game long, then we will be successful on the battlefield. And there's no reason we shouldn't be able to do that, because we're friends with Yuan Shao, who's always going to love me. They're not quite army lossing yet, but they must be soon. Yes, there we go. There we go. Really like these edicts, flavorful things, and you know, it's nice to have any internal like management that's unique. It always feels nice, and of course, anything to squeeze out specific, you know, replenishment or corruption reduction. You know, that's always nice. Can't wait to look at the other ones, see what we get out of there, and of course making some money here. Just get that one building. Or do we build like... Yeah, let's build a garrison in a single turn here. We need to get somebody here, so this can be... Oh, we fired all... Oh, the only commander we have is the Chancellor. I'm like, we need someone to be the government. All right, well, we don't need one of them. All right, we'll give this to... this fellow, and he can be the government inspector of Dai, which will get us some nice cavalry here, in addition to all the other benefits. Hey, Aaron, you said, I mean, you have good units there, at least. You know, I'm not doing so bad. You know, all the battles have been quite easy so far. We haven't fought, like, a real parity enemy, but things are good. We do have 4K in family estates, rather than 3, and I do not know where it's sourced from. Which, I don't want to complain about it, because it really has made this a lot easier than it otherwise would be. But we had it on the first tour. I thought it was 3K. Maybe I have the difficulty turned down and don't know. I'm playing on normal, but I thought it was 3. I thought I was playing on normal. Yes. But because I didn't see it on the air. Yeah, because the air is Gongsun, which gives us construction, morale, character experience, income, trade. Maybe it's on his armor, and I didn't check the armor. Armor's military supplies. And it's not listed as one of his... Oh, never mind, I lied. It's the position effect. You know, that's what I get. That's what I get for not looking. It's definitely listed. Is that normally a position effect? That's very cool. Anyway, my bad. That's what I get for not looking. It's at the very top. It would have explained everything on the faction leader. But there you go. Interesting. Nice stuff. So I guess anybody who runs this faction is going to be making $4 grand. But that extra 1K should really help him out a lot against Yuan Shao, right? Because Yuan Shao gets like 80% more family estates. So maybe that was put in this to try to make GSZ like not fall down all the time. Because your initial army does cost like a big chunk. I was surprised because I had any money at all. But yeah, there you go. Not a bug. Clearly intended. It was funny because, you know, I did look on his screen everywhere, but it's listed for, you know, not him as a character, but him ruling the faction. So if you get him into a different faction, make him your heir, and then get rid of your leader, you know, you won't get paid. The Udai is just chilling out here. We should be okay. I wish I could afford to fill up this army, but, you know, we're just going to see... Hopefully, these guys being here is enough to make him feel like, oh, now I don't want to attack him. I think building this land surveying office was a bit of a futility. Should have been a garrison. Or we should just sack the place and move over here. Because, after all, the Black Mountains are immeasurably better and safer of a place to be from if you can get over there early enough to start building, right? Like, I like living in Hedong, right? That place is sick. You just like king in the castle it. Also, good morning, Rowan. Nice to see you. Alright, so... edicts here, we can... Ooh. Foundry quotas, 25 income from industry, negative reserves. Of course, the reserves something you can counteract later. And then the risky decree is... 50% income industry. Not bad at all. You gotta be rank 5 for that. Oh, and they get... from their traits. I see. Cool. Because he is fiery, he can do fiery things. Amazing. But I think... Alright, so he goes to marsh here. Can we catch him? No. I would like to get rid of him, but we are, like, we're in the gold rush right now, right? But if we manipulate him into coming back here, he's in March. That doesn't mean he can, like, make this run in not March. Our army's fine. If we get up here and take this, then it's bandits, and then we're all the way into where we're going to... Can we check the tax effects real quick? I am not able to change the tax levels right now. I am not yet a second marquis. No, I guess 191's not too slow. It's only turn 7. I just talk so much. Alright, so he is... I actually don't mind this, right? I mean, technically it's rude that he's on top of our land, technically. But the computer... the computer doesn't trespass on top of your land in order to hit you normally. If they do that here, then, you know, nice. Is it overhaul my not available review? I tried to, I verified the files in Steam before I went in. I don't know if that's all we can do. You know, I looked around, you know, and because I didn't see like a button on the mod manager to be like try to update, but I did do the file verify before I loaded up. But all right, what's our choice here? This gets us a very decent garrison, but it takes a long time. Do we just... To get more trade agreements, we got to get the coastal trading thing. So we even have a trade agreement right now, but nobody wants to be our friend. If we pieced out with Liu Yu, that wouldn't be altogether undesirable, right? Because he would just go off doing a thing. Why don't we do that? Because yeah, if we peace out with him, you know, it won't make his allies like me anymore, but we don't need to be at war with him anymore. And we can get him to give us, like, a rat or something. No, we can't. He doesn't have any rats. Like, no, you gotta pay me a very small amount of money over a period of time. Alright, fine. Yeah, because we hit him here. I mean, maybe he's going to take this land here, but I don't think so, because I'm just going to move right here. And now that he's not in the coalition with the guys against me, sure, it's not, like, good, and it's still not trending good, but maybe that'll help. And Gongsun dude does like me, and now will be there, so if he's, like, you know, maybe that'll assist. Speaking of Yuan Shao, you got any, do I not have any? No, do like who? Like, no, obviously they already would have been married off. You gotta marry her the first turn of the game. Alright, so all we gotta do now is keep it rolling. Need to build some base level stuff, right? Yeah, we just need to... Oh, we can't afford a farming building, jeez. Yeah, let's just get this one going. It's desirable enough in the long term. Pretty broke, but you know, we've got more places to hit over here. Yeah. We'll get this place for peasantry income, and then hopefully we'll be able to run up Zhongyan. And then, yeah, and then this Northern Coalition will have sorted out all of its problems. Look how good Han Fu's doing, right? Just goes to show how we can all get along. Yuan Shao being heavily stymied by the speed at which his friendly neighbor is taking things out. So now... They want me to follow the story. Look, we're not following the story today. We're trying to go further. Trying to go further than all that. We can't declare war here. We're just going to bide our time. We counsel patience. So, like, I don't think that gives us slower things with Yuan Shao, and it doesn't. He loves us, and why wouldn't he? And why wouldn't he? Alright, now we're going to give ourselves one auto-resolve as a treat just to see what happens. Oh my god, it's horrible. No, it was actually very fine. Of course, we know that Yellow Turban garrisons aren't so much of a much. But, you know, we get just the tiniest bit beat up, but totally okay to take. 10% from faction? Oh, from the quest, I remember. We're still on the tail end of that. So we've been moving very swiftly on the back of our quests. And actually, for the first time since playing the overhaul, you know, playing properly at all. But, you know, so as I was laying in bed last night, I was thinking to myself, why don't you just try to play? Why, instead of... We built a horse exchange here? I bet we were trying to build, like, something else. No, this unlocks a reform. We already had one here. We're just gonna break that one. Like, I bet we were trying to build an inn. I'm always building the wrong thing instead of the inn. But, you know, I said to myself, let's just choose somebody that's marked as, like, easy or normal, and pretend like we can approach a battle and win it, and I bet we'll be fine. And then I was like, you know, Gongsun's on the list. That'll give us something to look at. Needed to do Han anyway. And with Zhao Yun, you know, we know that at least if he gets into a fisticuffs, he's supposed to win. So if I can't do that, then I really got to get back to the drawing board. Edicts. Now... Magistrate Courts. Yeah, so I don't... No, that's not here again. That's over here. Once again, we do the edict in a place where we aren't. But it's still okay, you know. It does have the public order thing. I was just trying to see if I could see it in the negative satisfaction. But we'll notice that someday around the rainbow-ish when we get to those things. We just need to... advance a little further, you know. We're hardly making any money. That's okay. Because as long as we don't get hit by this horde here, like, who knows what quest he's on. If he's trying to fight Han because they're not around and he's just, like, trespassing, like, I'm fine. I'm fine with him trespassing against me. I wonder if Liu Yu is going to try to take his land back from me. We'll see. Alright, Faction Council. Yuan Shu confederates Kongzhou. Faction Council. Beautiful. We force a trade agreement here, giving us both money and, of course, that forcible diplo. You know, does he really want to... Does he want to be the guy who breaks the trade agreement? You know, sure, he is a rampant tyrant who is destructive, vengeful, and rampant tyrant. Chooses the most destructive option while being aggressive. Placeholder. Alright, what's going on down here? Cao Cao's doing his thing. Zheng is still alive somehow. Probably not for too much longer. I guess it's just 192, right? And things are about to kick off. Dong Zhuo is either about to get murked or isn't. We'll see. We'll see. Cao Cao's made his way down. He's got Liu Yong there. Yong Feng doing like always. But, you know, we're, the stability we're bringing to the north, who knows where it'll lead. I hope to, you know, happiness and friendship, bonhomie, and, you know, the general values of the French Revolution. Just the nice ones, though. mean, I guess we just start to try to make money, right? Couldn't hurt to try to make a little bit of money, and then we'll try to tech up and get walls all of a sudden coming up. Now, these Lance Cav are very pricey, so are the White Horse fellows for that matter. But, you know, you can't deny that the Mighty Knockback was definitely doing the work, you know. I'm loath to drop... I'm not dropping the White Horse fellows. I'm loath to drop these down to something cheaper. I guess Cataphracts cost the same. Huh. Getting more of a charge bonus, you get a better AP split, same bonus versus large, significantly more armor, very slightly less speed on the Cataphract. Well, I guess the Lance Cavalry is accessible to more people than the Cataphract is, right? And that is probably what you're getting there. Because the Cataphract is definitely pretty good. But we're not paying to swap it over because that's silly. The Lance Cav do have discipline. That's probably from being in there. Cataphracts red locked. Ah, okay, that makes perfect sense then. That makes perfect sense. And hopefully he'll just leave me alone. You know, not every dude with a bad personality has to betray you, right? And we're just going to go here, and then next turn try to do something there. Tech. We can't do that. I'm like, I want the construction time one. We can't get that one. We could vaguely make people happy. You know, this Agri building one will actually save us a chunk of money on car insurance to start out, because we're about to have to build them everywhere. I don't know if that, you know, I haven't brainstormed it, and I don't watch other people that are better than me play, which is everybody. So I don't actually know what you're supposed to do early. I always try to build food and defense, right? An alliance war against Yuan Shu? That sounds like an awesome idea. I love that idea. Furthermore, so do all my best friends. Let's ride. Let's go, homies. Let's go punch them up. I bet you hate Yuan Shu, neighbor with a suspiciously similar name. Oh, you barely know the guy? Mm-hmm. Who's his dad? Oh, never mind. Sorry to bring it up. You go down there. I'm going to handle stuff up here in the north. I'm going to deal with these bandits. You won't have to worry about a thing. My current mission, in the playthrough, we're just... Oh, like actual mission. Got it. Not like objective. Gongsun looks for opportunities. Let me... looks for opportunities to gain momentum for a second marquee rank, and then gathering strength prepare for war. Oh, we're supposed to... Oh my god. We were supposed to destroy this faction, and I pieced out with them. That would have been real good to get. Good question. You know, hopefully somebody else will eliminate him, but I doubt it. I bet we'll have to do it. Man. Yeah, probably. You know, it just would have been nice, huh? Alright, so we just move in here and try to pop him now. I mean, I think that's the case. It's about to be summer. Our supplies last only one more time, so we might want to wait for winter to roll up. If so, do we want to boost our army anymore? I mean, yes. Obviously, yes. And we'll just go to what will hopefully be a nice little template here, you know, for solid guys there, and then a couple axes, guys behind, and you know, we'll see how that works out. Time to build a tax building. Yes, I'm the tax man. Whoa, whoa, I'm the tax man. And then we'll just wait for winter. Seems silly. I should have went up, recruited, waited for winter, moved into the land in the winter anyway, went down to 45 military supplies, and jumped in. Yeah, especially if you like, goes looking for people that he's already at war with, right? Because that's going to lead him over to Dongzhuo, which, even with Siege Brain, will pop him. Or he'll go into somebody's neighborhood who's mad at him enough to just hit him, and then they'll take care of the problem. Yun Chao declares war on Zhao Yun, which is super surprising. Like, I would like to get involved, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. But, crucially, here is Zhang Yun doing well for himself there. So when we move up to counter him... I mean, no, we don't need to wait for this mustering, right? Do we? No, we don't. It's harvest now, which means autumn comes afterward, right? And then we'll be able to move in. They become friends. Very good. We find a clayfish. Clayfish, y'all. And we'll still get a nice 20% replen here while we're going on those new units, which weren't much of the army. And then we'll come in and fight against this disgraced noble. Nobody knows what she did wrong, and I refuse to ask. You know, it's none of our business. Yeah, so this is, Hanfu, is doing great. Good for you, buddy. Love that. He's in our military alliance, and he's just living a cozy life here. If we get this to level 4, that's most desirable, right? That'll let us get a garrison here and be able to defend this entrance into our domain. I'll just build the tax building on the grounds that it might make a very small amount of money, and that's desirable enough. And he's still doing magistrate courts, but we can... Oh, he doesn't... Yeah... Negative corruption, you know, we don't... You know, I guess we'll just keep the public order, right? Yeah, we'll go here, probably hit a march in the winter, and we'll still have plenty to go in, and that'll be, you know, who dares wins and all that. I'm just gonna be trying to get it done. Hey, my last few playthroughs I played very timidly, and although that led to some modicum, yes, Six Emperor Tyrannus, or whatever that is in classical Chinese. Even if I knew the words, I would say all of them wrong. I don't say the wrong on purpose. I don't know how to speak. Y'all know I'm from Arkansas, and it's the great triumph of my linguistic life to be able to suppress the southern accent unless I choose to use it. Oh. He lost already. Just got straight rolled up in a single turn. And, oh, well, there you go. Yuan Shao declared war on the OU, so that will sort that problem out for me. He'll get destroyed eventually, indeed. We'll be able to see how that goes. right! You get access to the Zhanbei up here. My very favorite unit in the universe, the Zhanbei Headhunter. The Zhanbei Headhunter makes you look like a genius on the field when you send a cavalry unit at a general, and then they just die. You're like, oh, who's that? Going you? Let me interest you in a Zhanbei Headhunter. They're gonna win.
心怀忠正。身处乱世，必须勇猛无畏。
Yeah, so it's autumn now, so we just
快快传令！
roll up here. They're not gonna have... I'm like, I think we have the movement to get there.
兴衰无常，不足为惧。
Yeah, I think we do. We're just gonna steal a march anyway, because they are not gonna attack me. And even if they do, that'll involve them leaving the safety of their towers if they get the reinforcements. And this army has nothing to deal with us, right? This is almost no shielded folk, so they're going to get heavily beat down by our superior suppressive tactics. And then we'll have a peasantry place to get. A peasantry place, and we'll need to get some champion for it. No, I'm like, I've got some champions. They're about to leave because they're very upset. But maybe they'll be fine in the long run. Is the satisfaction faction-wide? No, that's just lack of purpose. Alright, yeah, there we go. So the other effects does work, it just takes one turn to go in. So that's the negative satisfaction from an edict effect. So that's good. I mean, not good, it is, you know, what we expect to see, and that's good. And here we're going to revoke the edict. And after revoking it, you know, now our thing's there, because we don't need the replenishment here right now, right? And he doesn't have any edicts that are that desirable for this for the moment. But they get it from their traits, which I think is very interesting, you know. It'll be fun to see, you know, what the very best traits are for doing a thing here. Because the thing about Gongsun Zan's campaign is I feel like it's probably a perennial favorite. You know, there's probably a lot of dudes out there that this is their thing, you know, like how there's a Franz campaign guy in Warhammer, you know. There's probably, because you get to start with Zhao Yun, right, who's amazing, and you get these very good units, and it's at a part of the map where you can just sort of... I think you should have an overview of what is unlocked by which traits. That would be nice to have for sure. You know, experimentation is fun, but it would always, of course, be cool to have that information available to a person who looks... I'm like the worst, because I'm always like, wouldn't it be cool if we could see? And then, like, the guy who 1,000,000% of the time is just like, wait, you can find that information inside of the game? Like, just a couple of days ago, did I learn... Because I was like, we'll have to build the garrison to see what's in it. No, you can just mouse over this stuff. It'll tell you. Yeah. I think it's in, not sure where. Okay. We'll poke around. No, wouldn't be there. Mechanic menu, I'm the worst. In this menu, got it. There we go. In this menu, I'm like the menu. Okay, so here, okay, got it. This is where we find all the stuff. The mad people can let people deal with themselves. Frivolous, vain, drunk, or love-struck people, you can get a ton of commerce income, but you get a lot of corruption because there's like, yeah, you know, do whatever business you want in the marketplace. this war economy one, this one is very good for industry, right? You lose some food production, but you get this one from fiery, relentless, temperamental, or spiteful. So, you know, fiery, that's the one that you see a lot on some nice guys. The risky decrees. You know, I guess they're just saying, you know, this one's the... and the higher rank you are, the higher the power of it is. So when you're rank 10, then you're really popping off. But you get lower tiers. Oh, awesome. What a good menu, right? This shows you absolutely everything that you need to know about the edicts. And once again, I don't look well enough. All right. But good stuff. So if somebody is Tiger General or Elite General, whichever those are, we could get these. So we'll see, you know, maybe... Those are like rarer ones, you know, that you see on guys. But all right, there you go. It's all available right here. The Trade to Edict map, and you know, the eye for information that's available there on the menu. The mechanic menu, the one that would make sense to look at. We made it, guys. We made it. The terrible thing about doing this in public is that I know how to read. I do. I swear I do. But I can't prove it to you. Like, while I'm playing a game, I'm always just, like, winging it. Just always winging it.
两家联姻便是强强联手。
Wait, so you're telling me that you want to marry your wonderful daughter to my son, and you'll have her join me, making everyone in my faction happier and less corrupt. And all you want is a small amount of money to pay for the carriage ride. What a wonderful and trusted friend you are, Cao Cao. I would love to do this. This is my idea of a heartwarming story, because I love a diplomatic marriage, right? But when somebody that you want to approach you for diplomatic marriage approaches you, and it's like, hey, you have a son, I have a daughter, let's join our houses. And you're like, Cao Cao, I bet you're never going to do anything wrong. But you know, she's here now. A steed to rival the ages. A brown stallion. I mean, it's massive. It's not that quick, but it is massive. All right, so she, you know, is spiteful. Is spiteful, relentless, and stern. But none of those matter if she's not, you know, if she's not running things. So he was happy to get rid of her, but we're happy to have her. It's said that this princess of the Cao clan is as ruthless as she is beautiful. So welcome to the party. You're not really a princess yet, princess, but you know, maybe someday. She makes everybody happier and everything less corrupt, and we'll get her an army perhaps one of these days. Does she have unique skills? No. Her unique armor gives her public order to the local commandery, which is, you know, nice for assignments or whatnot. But, you know, good stuff. And, of course, now we're bound to the Zhao family by marriage, which is desirable because, of course, Cao Cao has never done anything wrong and probably never will. Speaking of never doing anything wrong, Gongsun Zan is going to deal with some bandits because they're here. Let's do it.
将士们，势如江水，涌向胜利。
One of these days we're going to get Ho Jin Ting to level 2, and then we're going to get slightly better archers, and that's going to be very desirable indeed. Alright, how do we get in here? Oh, it looks like it's going to be a mess. Great. Fortunately, it is not actively snowing. Alright, they do have capture point to take. Going in the center, in spite of there being many towers. Well, the interior ones aren't so big. Yikes. Alright, how to do... Here, go around the back, just You know, at least on paper we can do this. Yeah, we'll try to burn an A10 this way, I guess, and then if we get in here, push through. I'm not sure. We'll see. Like, are they gonna run out? No, it doesn't look like they will. Are we gonna be able to get a Zhao Yun duel, though? That is crucially unknown. Because sometimes people are, like, very brave, and they'll just see a guy like Zhao Yun. Where is he? Oh, he's over here. Well, that's good. Hey, yes, see, like, she wants to duel me, which is smart. Let's duel her first. Yes. And we'll duel the Sentinel after. Because now they'll fight over here, and that'll be desirable. She won't be able to give them the breaks, and the flames are already rising high. Look at us actually sieging a place properly. I mean, ish. It remains to be seen how proper the siege is going to be, right? But the fundamentals are already here, you know. Bring in units, be super annoying, burn down the towers. You know, really it's just about having a flame arrow at the start. Without a flame arrow, I am nothing. But with a flame arrow, I can be anything. Because, you know, when you can burn down their towers, suddenly the whole dynamic of, like, I have to be impatient, I'm afraid of the foe, you know, you don't have to do that anymore, you know. You get to be as brave as you want to be. Gongsun runs right into a bunch of spears. This is good. This is good. It's actually fine because we pierce through there. We just want to wait right here. Hit a roar here. Archer militia, like absolute champions, burning down the house. And then we're just going to get some suppressive fire here, here, here. We need to get off of our horse here, I think. Zhao Yun's winning there, and now we are burning down all of the towers that were relevant. Now they're getting a flank in here. Can we support them? I don't really think so, but it's just peasants. Yeah, no, best to ignore it, I think. Should be over here. Now this guy is being a menace. We don't have anything affecting him here. So he's just running through. Now our cavalry are so slow in the snow. But Gongsun himself is beaten up on him, and Zhao Yun is getting her work done. However, our axe band run from this side. That's okay. We got the towers down, you know, not the end of the world, not the beginning of the world, merely one phase of the world. And, you know, if they just sit over here, we're still going to be fine. We need to get shooting at these bandit hunters, though. That's what we need. And now their, you know, their sentinel is going to get caught by the heavy cav, or by the medium cav. They'll be heavy enough for him. Zhao Yun wins his duel, and that makes, wow, look at the effect that had on these people. They were very upset to learn about it. I think that was roar plus duel win but it obviously made an impression on him. But this Sentinel is, you know, with a million melee evasion, you still don't get your full evasion from the back though. But yeah, let's duel again. Yeah, absolutely. We'll send some help this time. Look, him just winning duels is fine, and Gongsun's on. You know, he was built for this. You know, what does he need to be on foot for? Just for final rush to be activated. But we'll run in here and here. She'll give him a hand. Run out here because we just got charged by bandit gangs here, but that's okay. We'll be able to run away. Here, Cav here. Coming up this way. Feels unwise, but yet fine also. Yeah, we need to get here. Can we give them a rear charge here? Yeah, why not? Oh, they just turned around and saw her. Yeesh. Alright, well, you know, that's why not. But it looks like, in spite of how we just did that, they do not... Yeah, they don't have what it takes. We're going to hit him with the roar here, and I think we should be breaking this blob. Beautiful, beautiful work there. And, of course, Zhao Yun having his time. And, of course, so many of our troops not engaged inside. That's good, though, because if the ones inside die, we'll have a strategic reserve. Black Mountain Outlaws, which aren't going to really like fighting anything here. We don't have any big dudes for them to prey on. I say lying, running the big dudes away. Peasant Warriors have a bit of a bonus first large, but I bet on the charge we can still get something done here, right? They're facing the wrong way anyway. It's finally starting to click a little bit for me. Not like a lot. I don't think I'm good. But I'm finally starting to understand somewhat more the dynamic of how to, like, play a battle internally. And importantly, the role of the repeating crossbow in great success. And Zhao Yun's just having a great time, slowly dueling. I will say duels not being over in like 4 seconds is cool. If we had the time to watch, you know, we would be watching Zhao Yun gradually win this duel over a period of time. You know, once he gets a couple of levels, then he's gonna start really kicking up, of course. That's my opinion. I don't know, I haven't seen it happen myself. But the lady of the house runs in here, hits him with the Wisdom of the River. The bandit gang is now distraught. And running. Beautiful stuff. I will say that this game, basically on any mod type or any moment, always makes me feel incredibly panicked if I don't have fire arrows. With fire arrows, you know, you feel like you can approach the world and be successful, but man, the towers just stress me out. It's like in Warhammer if you don't have artillery. You know, like, how am I going to do this siege? Only it's worse here, because even the minor places have it. You know, in Warhammer, the minor places have the weird tower mechanic sometimes, but, you know, it just depends. It doesn't matter. I haven't played Total Warhammer in some time now, and yeah, now they're running. They're being incredibly funny, but there we go. There we go. There are the losses of the army coming in. We're gonna go take the city square. Zhao Yun emerges victorious, wins a duel. You know, if this bandit sentinel wants to join me, I will graciously accept, but I don't think he will. The big guy, the bandits, is still at in the internal place there in Taiwan. Taiyuan. I don't know how to say anything. I should stop repeating all the different ways I think it could sound. None of them are going to be right. the Black Mountains, as I call it. Hey, our power increases. We become a second marquis. We're going to take a couple trade agreements. Yeah, because that's what's hot on the streets. We're going to take so many trade agreements. That's what matters to the Gongsun's on. Alright, so tax levels, you can lower them for faction support, lower public order, lower food from farming. You get -1 public order from turning the taxes down. Well, I guess it's -5 normally. And you get some faction support, so to turn it up, you need 15 public order. It does appear to be... Yeah, so the food from farming wouldn't... Yeah, no, it definitely shows in the effects there. And here, the Black Mountain Hideout, so you can't break this building, of course. But crucially, you know, we get enough prestige from this, and we're going to break this because it's not that desirable of a place. We don't need to upgrade this building because we're here, so we can protect it, right? So we want to upgrade this one to level 4. Oh, we don't quite have it. Well, then, we'll wait a turn. We'll wait a turn. Oh, yes, we can do another. This will be a good peasantry one. For the agricultural inspector. And now he finally won't be so upset. 150% food production from commandery. Now, this place is, you know, a peasantry income production place rather than a food production place, but it's still going to kick up a ton. And I think this faction's cool. Oh, okay, so he also is going to... He's good at being an administrator. He gets his title bonuses, the Protector of Bohai bonuses go, so that is going to give the... spear, infantry, and stuff here, and big peasantry income, so he's quite great at this here in the Yanmen Commandery. Oh, and we also have these positions. Well, Grand Commandant, this guy gives lower public order. He does want a better job, but we can just give him a different job that he's not terrible at. Zhao Yun for Grand Commandant? I mean, probably, yeah. Grand Excellency... Little bit of nepotism never hurt anybody, said every ruler of China ever, being totally correct the whole time. Yeah, I feel like the public order is totally fine, you know, because the public order, just doing that to counteract the peasantry tax is decent. I'm like, do we need the garrison? The thing about Yuan Shao is he loves us, but how far does the love of a man like Yuan Shao go? He is a hubristic warlord, and this military alliance is worth the paper it's printed on if he decides that he wants to hit me. But importantly, he's going to roll up Liu Yu pretty soon, and then we'll see the quest there that we totally earned. I mean, hey, we did most of it. Oh, Coil Dragon. Have a general win 2 duels in 1 battle. Yes, of course. I'm the Great Coil Dragon. Do we want to go to tier 3 here? No, because we want 4 here very badly for safety. If we get this one, will we be able to afford it next turn? No. Yeah, you and Zhao offers us a trade agreement. That's what it's all about, baby. Commerce, mercantilism, mutual benefit in exchange of value. That's Gongsun's whole thing. This timeline is going to be a blessed one. No, we're not doing this campaign to completion, right? We're just looking around. But it's nice to be a good guy. No, I turn all these villains into good guys too often, right? It's okay. Heirloom Spear. Alright, we can... I don't think this is going to make us that much more money. It might make us some. The ancillary set item feels desirable, but I feel like if we just get... Yeah, this is fine. We could try a reroll and see if we see something else. Bribe their quartermasters. Like, is the font different? I think. Like, I'm blinging. I need glasses. I think I need glasses. That's what I think. Oh, it'll be great if I get glasses, guys. Because then I'll have, like, this nose and a mustache and glasses, and I will myself be a perfect human disguise. But yes, so we're just going to take this. We don't need to worry about celebrating him. He'll get over himself. And we get... actually quite a lot more. Oh, right, because the tax building does pay off a big chunk more, and this place has... Yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. You know, with that 200%, we're making 1,000 here. That one was definitely worth it this time around. What we want to do now is, what? Build a tax collecting building before we upgrade it? Yes, that's exactly what we want to do. Taxes! More taxes! Mwahaha! Wait, no, I'm... For the benefit of the population, some value must be extracted in order to protect, you know, all of that. For their own benefit. It's not me. It's them. So he is going to be able... Oh, he's got... Because he's distinguished, he can patronize the scholars, which would give you culture income. Pretty cool if you're a cultural guy. And we're going to throw the border watch on. Oh, no, I think we were in the wrong area for that. Yeah, because that was here. Well, it'll, No, we did that on him. Yeah, because we just need to see that the garrison rate is improved from that. And it looks like... Alright, so right now it says 23% basic replenishment rate. We'll see. And I'm like, was that... Yeah, okay, so it adds it into the basic replenishment rate, but that's where the edict shows up, so it does work. Good stuff. We don't need to keep that on because, you know, they'll be fine. But it's good to know that it works, and that is what I'm doing here, is looking at... I'm not just gleefully looking around at all the special new toys. Not just. Do we try to make people happier? No, we try for mercantilism, but we don't actually have a port, so we can't get more trades, but, you know, we can still, you know, let's just go for prestige, right? Yeah. Worldwide, wide, prestige. Because, you know, when we get more prestige, that's going to let us get more of these factional council events, which is also what we're doing here.
保持镇定。朋友，欢迎。我的目标十分明确。
Give him this. You know, do these guys still need to be here? I mean, probably, right? It's 350 a turn for them to look at this place and at least feel like someone's here, someone's looking at them. Now, these dudes, of course, because they're still in this alliance, it's actually pretty nice. So we've got our treaties, so that makes... Pretty sure how it works is it makes him not want to attack me. We still have other eligible bachelors in our faction, so it'll be nice to see if somebody else would like to honor us with a family member. Bum, 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 bum. All right. So all we want to do now is, oh yeah, so perfect perfect for Zhao Yun. So he's moving here. He is not like concerned with what we're doing up here, and he ought to be. Crucially, we're going to be able to, like, do we need to heal? I mean, a little, or how much are we healing? 6%. Because if we just move in here, yeah, we're not needing to heal that much, and we're not healing that much. So we just move in here, and we should be able to get it. Yeah, he would have to march to get back, and I don't even think he can. And that locks him in here, and then, you know, we'll be able to roll him up. And taking this is highly desirable, although, you know, without the other pieces of the puzzle, it's not that amazing, but just as a jumping off point, especially since we've got, you know, military access with these folks. And they are the vassal of Yun Chao, so, you know, they're not going to be asking him to attack us with our friendly relationship. Making 2 grand a turn at this point feels very nice indeed, considering that our army is, broadly speaking, functional. And, you know, that we can get people to take the duels. All right, so perfect here. Just absolutely perfect. They... you know, it would have been better if we could take the other land, but this is fine too. Because having a major settlement where you can't really take the miners because you're attached to them by bonds of friendship, not perfect. But getting rid of bandits pretty early, good. And now they're all declaring war on the UUs, so they are going to catch him soon enough, wherever he may roam. Zhengzheng has taken out Liu Dai there, so he's probably about to get confederated over, although he doesn't have any land to hand over. But we'll imagine that Zhengzheng will get just rolled up like she always does at the end of Cao Cao's lances. But, you know, not always. I've seen her live before. I was playing her. I ran away. I feel like I just saw a gold weapon somewhere. Must have been the wind. Oh, it was, I think it was like a flash up of Zhao Yun on there. This guy's a spy. This lady's a spy. And this dude's just like a total bro. Anybody with filial and pious on their name, right? Alright, we're fine. If we get another, or when we get another commandery, we're going to be able to charge the gate for his retinue. Very good. And then after this, we're going to be able to give it to our precious daughter-in-law, right? She'll be able to run it. Because, yeah, whenever he gets elemental vigor all the way up there, we're going to be looking at a dramatic increase in hit chance. You know, he gets unbreakable, fatigue immune, you know, and hits a lot harder for normal melee damage. His weapon here doesn't have crazy big melee damage native, but if you get the blue blade, the blade bleu, then you can get something else out of it. We're going to give him this authorita thing to make people have a little bit more authorita. And our heir gets this for cheaper building everywhere, which, you know, gotta love it. That's exactly what we're looking for out of our heir. Cheaper construction cost everywhere. 5% off is 5% off forever because, you know, we're not going to disinherit him. I can't even, you know, I would never prefer him to one of his brothers. Can't even tell them apart. What we want to do is just get some peasantry income here. It'll pay off at least, you know, for a couple of turns, and the food is fine. Maybe it would be better to wait. It would be better to wait. I bet we'll have something to do here. Alright, time to roll on in. Obviously, we just want to take minimal damage. We're going to have a fight against Zhao Yun. He is in March right now, so he's crucially not going to get that benefit of not, you know, having any land if that was going to happen and tick over with the factionless effects. But, you know, as before, we're going to roll on in. Now, this Lance Cav got very tuned up in the previous fight. That's not great. But maybe we will get a couple of sweet duels. If we can get this dude to join us, that would be very nice. He's level 2 already. Stock for own retinue and 15% range block chance. You know, so maybe he'll join us. He is a snake in the mountains. But, you know, a strategist with armor and that makes things invisible. I'll take it if I can get it. Let's see if we can get it. This won't be walled, right? So it looks like there will, at least I don't think it'll be walled. It'll be, you know, like an unwalled minor settlement there, so we're going to be able to come in as we like, get it. Crucially, when you play somewhat quicker, depending on where you're at, you know, you're up against a bunch of, and bandit settlements, oh yeah, it's a bandit settlement. It wouldn't be walled until level 7. But like, have I siege this one? Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's got a raised city center. Of course, I've been here before. Something about this approach, though, like, it's like I had never looked at it from this angle. Beautiful. You know, the thing about this game and so many other Total War games, you know, it moves by so fast, you know, and when do you take the time to look at the things that you're burning down, right? Only every now and then. Only every now and again, but that's enough looking. Let's see what we're going to do now. We're going to... Oh yeah, this is very clearly a very good way to come in. We're going to do this. We're going to come in this way. Now, same game plan as last time, right? Set them up, knock them down, burn them. We want these Lance Cav, like... with the gear, last time we got our spears a little bit too far back, but yeah, so we'll just... Oh, goodness gracious. I made it funny. Actually, we'll be fine. We'll just run around the side. We don't need... Yeah, we didn't... I've done this a few times in the past. We're just gonna run around, right? Anyway, the distraction's working, guys. I bet we could still make it work. Obviously, we could reload it, but I'm gonna see if we can make it work. They don't have anybody over here, so we're just gonna send some sword guards off this way, burn these towers down. You know, this unironically might actually be a good move, because we'll just run in here. Yeah, you know, maybe this was the best move we ever made. Yeah, we'll just zoom in on them. What are they gonna do about it, right? They've got all their infantry over here and a whole bunch of their ranged here, but their ranged aren't that good at being ranged. Not compared to our fine repeating crossbows, right? Even with their shields, they go down. We're probably getting shot like slightly more than we want to from these, but it may be fine, you know, it could be fine. Because importantly, they're not going to have an answer. Yeah, look at me go. It wasn't a mistake. It was a brilliant flanking maneuver. Take that. Yeah, we just need to get her out of there. He's still having a party, probably getting shot a little bit more than he wants. And here, this roar on the back of people fleeing. And this should be fine. Zhao Yun gets engaged in a duel, which is just what we want. Because he's 1,000,000% going to win, and it's going to make him feel like a very special boy. And that is what we're going for. Because what this campaign is really about is about Zhao Yun feeling good about himself. And about Gongsun never doing anything historical at all. I may be the last person in the world to do a Gongsun historical campaign, but I'm happy to play him. Happy to play him as a loving family man. Everything he wasn't, we can make him. And we won't joke too much about it, or really at all. It's a little dark. Ultra Omega dark. No, you know. I will joke about him being nice, I won't joke about him being mean. But we're gonna help Zhao Yun pop off here. Oh yeah, the ranged guys got to get in town. All right, they're White Horse Fellows getting shot up by peasant archers. Not what you want to do. You know, they're good at a lot of stuff, but not at what we're making them do here. And crucially, the sword guards fighting in front of towers, pretty bad. You know, we fell apart in the third act here. It's gonna be okay. Taking a lot of free shots. With this strategist, we know. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. They his retinue had stalk. I'm like, I don't even remember seeing some of these guys, but he'll be fleeing here. But we're going to run around, get a rear charge here, and a roar. And get the lady over there, and then we're going to try to get him over this way. But I think they might all be running here. Yeah, these units are going to run. And once they get back to where they're going, they're going to be like, oh no, I got distracted. I ran. I was not supposed to do that. But we get inside, and we're about to take the center point. Central towers don't exist on this side. We've already taken this one. The only other one's over there, and it's got a short radius. So that's sort of Gongsun's on. That guy doesn't want to duel. Who can blame him? But the lady of the house rocking out, getting 10 kills, showing everybody how it's done. These bandit hunters never should have come here. And this guy gets spared. I, of course, would love to get him on my side. Charge the Gate is amazing, not least because there's not a ton, I don't think, like, champions typically, that's a sentinel ability classically. And then Mending in this mod pack is extraordinary. Mending has no cap on uses, so if you want to fight for 40 minutes, you can get a full heal. If you don't want to fight for 40 minutes, well, then just win before then and don't need it. Fine display from our crew. We sort of lost the plot once our cavalry came in, but not in a way that was a disaster. We took a clumsy deployment and turned it into a good deployment. Crucially, we do get to employ this guy. He is obstinate, defiant, and cruel, but that doesn't mean that he won't be useful. Welcome to the party, Li Dengmu.
此诚甚善，先收下了。
I bet the commerce thing is not even making any money. Yeah, let's cancel that one. We can actually get an assignment for... Well, no, let's let it finish for the experience. He's only a few points out. We get the Iron Snake, very good. And Earth Dragon. Win a battle where you and your allies lose 200 or less men. Hey, we did it! And, of course, now this will be his last hurrah. Now, Galgon, actually, depending on how it goes, he's out of military supplies. That doesn't mean he won't hit him, but regardless, these bandits of the Black Mountains are about to be done for. And then, there's just some more bandits over here. Dongfeng, of course, will be palling around with Shu Huang, who I think Zhao Yun beats in a fight. After we get our ability, definitely. Right now, maybe not. Hard to say. I mean, we've got Oathsworn at least, so maybe that'll help. Oh, now Fallen Oathsworn gives you negative melee evasion rather than making it improved, so that's smart. I never thought that making your guys way stronger forever after that. Yeah, so they do more damage but get upset in this rework, so that's good. And when they're alive, of course, you get that chunky little 10 melee evasion and 15 range block chance, leading to amazing range block chance numbers. Alright, so all we gotta do is keep on rolling. And we're gonna make her the government inspector, because you can, From this panel, you can make them into the special inspector. Amazing. Great stuff. Now here we want to... build a school? I think so, because even if we tear it down right after... Because getting the assignments is very desirable, and this place isn't attached to any money-making schemes right now, so it might as well be like, tech and, to edify and uplift and all that. I was like, but I don't want to have peace with you. Everybody wants me to be at war with you, man. And she gets more economy, forced conscription, or corvée exemptions. Why would the exemptions give you less construction cost? So corvée labor is the system of unfree labor that we see in many other systems through history. But corvée labor is where people are essentially taxed some of their time for public works or whatever. So whenever you read about such and such a guy building this big canal and getting all the people together, it's typically a corvée labor thing in China, although not exclusively. It just depends on the time period. But making it cheaper is interesting. This construction costs cheaper, because an exemption you would think would be like saying to them, you don't have to be on the corvée, squad. So I would be looking for something more like, to just thematically making sense in my head. I would be thinking more public order and like higher construction cost or something like that, but might be thinking too much about it. Might be thinking too much about it. We're gonna just... No, we don't wanna mess with the population here. We're gonna just let it ride and be pleased with what's going on. She is still kind of far from level 2. If you go on assignment, you can get to level 2. It's almost like you want to not bring your important level 1 characters at the beginning of a campaign. It just depends, though, because, if they can win a duel, they'll get experience. If they're a fighter, they can get it. But, for a strategist, it's like, don't even bring them, but you gotta have those fire arrows, right? It's tricky. This guy's level 2 now. Melee evasion, own army. I mean, what's not to like going down this way? He'll be the commander of some army, theoretically. It's just one turn slower to get this way, but we've already got mending, my favorite. Yeah. They also get XP from the retinue kills. Oh, okay. We need to do better with our repeating crossbows.
大人有何打算?
I've only played 650 hours of the game total, so I don't know how anything works. Total war player brain. I spent so long in my first campaign just not building any buildings. So I was like, nope, they don't sound like they'll be good. Not even trying them, Now here, we might as well, the garrison being better would be better. This guy does not like us. He's trending towards being relatively fine with us, but you can't trust him any further than you can throw him. And he's usually riding a horse, which means you can't throw him very far. But yeah, why don't we just get the Iron Pit? Why don't we just... That's a place where if we actually get it off the ground with some effects, we actually might be able to get some good money out of it. We got our industrial Taishitsi there, He's industrial strength. If we had more regular tax buildings, maybe I got to embrace the taxes. Though I hate to say it. Well, all we got to do is win this fight. It doesn't look like an unbeatable thing, right? We'll have towers. If he fights me, he might get popped by Galgan, for all we know.
敌人包围了你的城镇。
No, he besieges us.
他们想要在你出击前削弱你，最好派出军队前去解围，以免守军因为城中粮尽而投降。
I'm like, oh yeah, I guess they could besiege the place you have with no reserves. Well, we'll still have the crummy little one-turn retinue. We just won't have replenished it all here. And we lose a percentage. I think it was just a small one this turn. Obviously we'll have to sally out. Yuan Shu declares his intentions. I can't believe it. He wants to be the emperor. What? Alright, well, at least we do have the lady of the government inspecting, which, you know, will bring some nice reinforcements to bear, not like the rest of it here. I was like, oh, that's right, we did put an admin in. It'll be a field battle, a very heavily forested field battle. Well, not on our side, though, just for them. Well, let's see how it goes. You know, if we can get them to come to us, which we may well be able to do. Then we can shoot them, and if not, then we can try to, like, burn down the forest some. Because right here, you know, this is a nice place to fight. I like fighting here. It's in there that it doesn't look so good. Our reinforcements come in there. You know, they're not in any better shape than we are, and Zhao Yun's better at fighting than any of them are. Gongsun Zan is super beat up, so we just keep him back here so we don't get, like, surprise beaten down. He's unbreakable, but maybe we can get him to duel me. They don't have forest penalties at all, we know that. So we can't fight them in the woods. So we send him up to pick a fight. And these guys potentially to harass. We run up this way and harass there. You know, it could work. It could work. Because the ideal would be to duel. Oh, they're going to come to me, so this is fine. Now, where we're at here isn't ideal. Can we force fire into the trees? No, they won't control fire into the trees. It'd be nice if they would. But here we'll be able to shoot the bandit raiders, who will move swiftly through the trees, but aren't that fast in the first place. So Zhao Yun will, you know, get a little caught up, but still be fine. We just want to be careful to stay where we're at here. And this is like an ideal early time, right? To get your red cav chasing your guy, get your cav archers shooting them. We can just push through this way. They have like 3 units. Oh yeah, I'm like, where are our guys? They have like 3 units of yellow cav, which we don't have a super great answer for. You know, we've got 3 units of spears, but no, they won't be on them that quick. Where are they? They are all. Yep, there we go. Well, if they, however.
此地有埋伏。
I'm like, I don't want a duel, but I know someone who does.
整住，瞄准。
Because without the charge bonus here, of course, we very much beat up on their raiders. They get shot up tremendously badly, fleeing from the scene. And we just send our spears here at them. All their cav basically for naught at this point. We're just gonna run in here and fight on foot, I think, with the big guy. Well, no, I bet we can actually get a rear charge in some meaningful ways. Oh, we parted the waters and let them inside. That's not great. Oh, right, no, we've got reinforcements here. But the spears are on top of them. We need to get a rear charge here and here. These spears will absolutely deal with him on a long enough timeline. Yellow cav in here. Hit us with the bulwark everywhere. Beautiful stuff. Drop all of their strength away. Roar. We're getting a little beat up. Let's back out of there. It's a silly place. Up through the center here, because he's surrounded, right? So we just don't need to give him these attractive targets. You know, let him fight cavalry. And of course, they're trying to retreat through the burning forest, which is the reason why we took this fight. And now, you know, ooh, they're getting a flank on. Get your flank on. Get your flank on. No, don't let them do it. But our infantry are feeling okay. We're gonna get a rear charge here. And then we're gonna run up this way. You know, even though they're spears, you can still make a difference. But you gotta get out, you know, you cannot stay in. Zhao Yun is doing his thing. He's winning his duel. He'll eventually win his duel. Our infantry on this front totally win. We just need to collapse over here. And on this side, of course, things are similarly fine. We're going to continue chasing them. If they don't, there's a chance he might get away. Get back in here. And we dive in to spears with our cavalry. You know, it seemed like a good idea at the time, and it still does. You know, we did what we had to do. You know, they have huge bonus versus large in this mod balancing, and that's good. You know, 50, 40, that's like a good bonus versus large, right? You know, it makes you think twice. Makes you think 3 times. But not like too many more times than that. You don't want to be too thoughtful. But here we just keep everybody engaged, and unfortunately, of course, Yuju does get away. Zhao Yun wins the duel. Now they're all running. Now they're all running. Say it's like 7 in the base game. Yeah, I know. It's I'm glad that I'm finally getting it to click a little more. Obviously, it should make sense to me that playing something that says it's very hard when I haven't played with, you know, but I just felt like I understood. Clearly I didn't. But now I'm beginning to understand just very slightly more. But, yeah, you know, G Militia, my first playthrough, I just remember loading up on them, right? I was playing the Yubei, And I just like, yeah, a bunch of spears. Who doesn't want a bunch of spears? And then just like how disgusted I was when they all ran away and they just didn't do anything. And I'm like, what are these even for? You know? But we're gonna ransom them because I need the money. And hopefully, yeah, we'll be able to roll him up here. And oh, that's right. Yuan Shao has this trait for 50% reinforcement range, which is gigantic, right? It's so good. I never cared about reinforcement range until I noticed it one day, and then I was like, oh, okay, getting this is very good. But so he helps me out from way far away, and you know we get to take the auto. Although it would be fun to have him, you know, if it was a real battle against the Force, it would be cool to get it out there, you know, just to see. But here, you know, they're already a little beat up, so we'll, here, you do, he's got, like, a cool little, yeah, you know, he, we might take him, right? We might. His retinue's not that desirable. No, you know, he, we already got enough red guys, and he's relentless, deceitful, and disloyal. Why don't we just... I mean, no one would fault us if we executed a bandit. Sorry, you do. You've had your day in the sun. I've played with you in my faction before. I gave you a big old spear sword thing. The John Madao. But there we go. We roll him up. And there's the end of Zhao Yun. At least for now. But crucially, rolling him up there, getting inside here. And this would be a great time for her to edict up some replen. Oh yeah, the reserves are totally torched, you know, that's all the problems that you might assume. But we're going to get on this peasantry thing. It's going to make us a bunch of money because we're going to be stacking the bonuses up, you know. Just a small little tax building with a large little pine woodcutter camp can really pay off the dividends in a long enough timeline. Now, speaking of the dividends, we can go to tier 4 somewhere else. We can afford the food for it onewhere else. Here we'll just go to 3 here. And 4 here, yes. 4 there seems better, but we're upgrading the mine, so we gotta wait. Alright, good stuff. A very cozy beginning. I mean, for us. Cao Song has fallen to treachery. Hard knock life, buddy. Must be weird having treachery around your family. Hey, Zheng Zheng's still alive. Good for you, girl. Want to marry somebody? No, didn't think so. I would love a trade agreement with somebody else. Why will somebody else not like me? Well, if we push through to get here, right, this is the ideal. We just run in and fight Yongfeng, get Hedong, my beloved, and then, you know, get the trade port, which will give us access to the river, and then we'll be able to trade with everybody. Mercantilism. No, this is too early for mercantilism. But it's not too early for mercantile behavior. And all our friends love us, you know. Sure, nothing bad will ever happen. She is a hermit from Long Long. Have we met Long Long? I don't think so. You know, why not pick up a level 4, right? She's a spy. But Sichuan here. Yeah, and she could get a, you know, like, why not? Why not, indeed? Yeah, Wong Wong banished him, alright. Yeah, who knows why. Maybe, maybe she said something to him. Of course, it's a bandit, which will, you know, provide its own benefits. It's a bandit. She's a bandit. Importantly, she's... Oh, she has Hermit for no desire for higher office. Amazing. I knew that about her. I knew that about her. So this is highly desirable, right, for a level 4 character, because they can get some quite good characters from the jump. So when we afford another army, you know, we will afford her into it. And then probably, you know, Li Damu as well for the guys on the ground. His admin gives you armor for spear infantry and immune to fairy and terror there, so that's fun. You know, it wouldn't be bad to wait. It's autumn now, so we wait for winter. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad. You know, we might want to form an army up here and take this and take the fight to them. Of course, we would need the confidence in winning it. Well, I mean, we could totally put together... We could assemble a crew at this point, right? Because he'll be level 2 pretty soon, and he'll be out, and then we've got Xi Jun and Li Damu, and that'll get him, you know, some decent shooters, and then we'll have, you know, some green. She can get some purple up in there. Already gets the melee retinue evasion there, and yeah, you know, that'll be a good little thing. Ranged block chance for her retinue. What's not to like? What's not to like? She can get to level 4 units as well too, so there will be plenty of nice mid-range stuff. And wait, this army's already here. They can help. Do we have access to another army? I think we just have 2, actually. Yes, we do actually just have 2. So we can't have another army besides that one. Alright. One of these guys isn't going to be needed then, and that's going to be... you...
参见大人。
Well, we don't have to do it right now.
坚如盾牌，
But
势
he
如
just
利
went
刃。
on this, so if we, yeah, we'll drop that one,
大人，有何
drop
吩咐？
him, he'll be able to go in, and then we'll get them into a position to be able to come out.
我已准备好作战了。
Because he'll finish in a couple of turns. We will not cooperate with Liu Biao. He's a liar. Don't trust him.
甚善，再会。
Sorry, I'm still mad at him for betraying me. And for me accidentally paying him money, even though the game says I'm not gonna. It's like I sure would like to cooperate with you. But I don't know how to see eye to eye on this. Alright, how do we deal with Yongfeng here? Option 1 charge down, take the gate pass, and use that as a staging off point. Oh, look at this guy's hat. Oh my god, what a fine hat. Get these things off of my screen. I want to look at his hat. Wonderful. What a wonderful get-up. This dude's got it all. Love it. Never met him before. This guy looks like Zuchu with a little bow on him. Good for him.
有话快说。
And he's in total war mode, which means his dudes are... They're like, what, they all have scare or something? Yeah. And I think a charge bonus. And maybe an attack rate thing. I haven't played his faction, but I think those are the effects that they get from it. In my Liu Chong campaign, we fought a... You know, without the overhaul, we fought a very amazing battle in the Ashes of Chang'an against Yang Feng's forces, and you know, Shi Huang was there, and Lu Jun got like 1.7 thousand kills, you know, 1.7k, a few kills. We were very well proud of him that day. Now we just hold here for a turn. Yeah, we just hold here for a turn to heal up. Maybe slightly more, and we'll move out against them here in a second. Here, if we can afford the taxes, then we just afford the taxes, right? Right. Especially since we're likely enough to get another peasantry thing. We just afford the taxes, and then we'll go to tier 5 afterward. That'll give us the garrison spot. Because we won't need the garrison if we just move in here and fight him. And I don't even know what he's doing right now. What is he doing right now? He's at war with the Zhanbei over here, and the Zhanbei over there, and with Qingui. So, for all we know, he could be, like, over here with his main army. And the Zhanbei that live over here, Tuoba lives over here, whichever Tuoba he is. Jiffen, yeah.
身处乱世，必须勇猛无畏。
Go to tier 3 here. Tier 3 doesn't require any food maintenance, of course, although we're gonna need some more of that before too long, but that green guy isn't out yet. Yep, so we're just waiting one turn to get Agri exploit up here. Should be worth a couple hundred. Like, if we spin them up... Like, we really do need to wait, right? Yeah. If we spin them up, then it represents the end of our being in the black for our income, and it is very good to maintain a positive economy if you're me. Now, a good player, right, is always in the negative and makes enough off post-battle loot. No, I don't actually know if that's true for Three Kingdoms. It's a different dynamic. In Warhammer, that's the principle. I'm not a good player. Oh, that's my girl Yalu over there. We love Yalu in this house. And we get a challenge to hire a character. Cool. So we can make Liu Chong's guy very upset, but haha, we're going to... Like, is Yufalo at war with our pals, though? Yeah, then we're not going to force this trade deal through with him because, as funny as it is, not useful, right? We want... Here's some immunity to regionless attrition. I feel like regionless attrition doesn't exist. anymore. I feel like when you're regionless, you get benefits rather than that. But maybe this is just like an old one or something. Maybe some units get regionless. Every time I've been regionless in this mod, you actually get benefits, which is amazing. It's so good. It lets you do migrate campaigns and stuff. You get like retinue bonuses, you get stuff, but I've never seen the regionless attrition happen. That might just be a base game faction council thing. The military split, it's fine. It's fine. It's not that desirable necessarily. I mean, it just depends on what you're doing, right? And the negative attrition from harsh environment, because like, does that happen? It's not like you're in a swampy place and you take it somewhere, is there? I don't know. But soon, one of these days, we're going to try to get some more prestige. Hey, we're working on it. We're building up. We having corruption problems yet? No, it's just at 2% right now. Problems come later. Here, yeah, it'll be, it's like, the prestige would be good, but I think the assignments is better, right? We need to get some people off of the ground, right? Gotta get them rolling. Get this dude here. And then we'll supervise the construction there. And this place has fine public order, so we're just gonna tax them. Is that our daughter all grown up? Huzzah! The moonlit blades woman. The daughter of Gongsun seeks to prove her worth with a well-honed blade and a resilient spirit. Agile, healthy, and oh, wow, okay, so she seems pretty good at proving herself, right? 10 melee evasion and 10 melee evasion, that is very good. She's quite a brawler. You lose the 5 armor for agile, but that's hardly anything. You can just wear some nicer armor. Yeah, very good. Very respectable. And for a level 1 to have 35 evasion, right, she'll get another 50 or 70 expertise before it's all said and done. Good traits. I think building the mine up is more important than the major, because if Yuan Shao turns on us, I mean, what can we do? Why is he liking us less? Oh, just the stuff that he likes us for was further in the past. Oh yeah, we should, do you wanna join our houses? You can marry your son that you don't like over here. Now, making him into our heir would actually be kind of desirable, right? Because it would be a big chunk of money for, yeah, we might as well do this. Not least because, we don't have to make him our heir. We can just get, the scion of the Yun family over here. And it makes some people not like us who already don't like us. Get wrecked. Got any cool stuff? You don't need this. Oh, he's so rich. Alright, good news. We've acquired a wonderful marriage. He's got a nice crossbow. He's got a warblade. He's got the familial conflict, which will be nice, you know, if we can get another family in here. And, you know, we, his bad traits don't matter at all if he's not in charge, and then it's just negative public order, but you make some money from him. But yeah, you know, he's here now, and he's happy enough, and there you go. We took that problem off of Yuan Shao's thing, and some money out of his pocket, right? Because he was his heir. So now his people are a little happier, but Yuan Shao's making a little less money. I think he gets 50% himself from family estate, so he's just rolling in it. Not like we can complain. Yongfeng and the scary army is over here. So if we just... Alright, this army's put together enough, right? If we just... March to Hedong... it's level 4, though. If we just march here... Yeah, we're not going to replenish on the way here. Why don't we just get here and then replenish here? Is there a reason not to? Would it take a super long time? No, it'll be fine. Nufalo is absolutely on his way out. This is probably about what he's got. He's on the verge of collapse, as they say. But Yuan Shao's at war with them, and he'll stop at probably nothing before he gets there. He might stop somewhere before he gets there. You know, he's not like that focused of a dude. He, you know, people will respect his family name, you know, for generations, right? But, you know, how good does he do? Yeah, I went there. Upgrading all in here. We'll continue to hit the industry here, and then... Because this place, ideally, you know, would be able to defend itself, which with greens and reds, you know, you can sort of do it against some things. The ideal is that we start the fight from here and run in to hit him here and hope that he's, like, away from home so that we can just bully him and get away with it. I really wanted Liu Yu to be popped by now, but he is out there still making it. I shouldn't have declared peace with him. Arranged peace with him. The contest of the Northern Captain. Oh, these are the, the missions, probably. Let's hire a character. Let's hire this character. There we go. I'm like, we're gonna get paid 2,000. There we go. And now, yeah, definitely a good quest to be on. So he is a spy, but that doesn't mean that we can't take his stuff and fire him. So we're gonna take his stuff and fire him. Oh, I'm sure, all right. No, I don't think we'll keep him. Upgrades rolling in, money rolling in. Yeah, we don't really need any of these just yet. Just looking at the general stuff. These the corvée exemptions as you go up. The exemptions give you more upkeep, but I don't know. Less building time. You can get huge anti-corruption from it. I was thinking there should be a line of sight one, there was. It is this one. It just doesn't click on until you get to the top. So there you go. That's what I was looking for. Just I was like, well, there should be one of those. That's a good idea. It's an idea that already exists. Nothing like having a good idea somebody else had before. You know, it proves that you had one. Alright, so... Yep, that's that. Kongrong pups. Our Lady, the Bandit Queen. Crucially, we see that Liu Yu had made landfall over there. We're not at war with them, but somebody else is. They definitely lost sight of him over there. Now, you do get military supplies for being in, like, anywhere when you don't have a faction, but at sea, that doesn't happen. So, you'll see them go to sea sometimes to run around somewhere, but then they start attriting because they lose it. Amass the wealth of command. We get it. We're on our northern captain contest, and we are moving up through it. And now we need to win 3 battles. Boom, 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 boom. Yep, and that's what's happening here. They're attriting even though they almost certainly have a ton of money because they are at sea. And these two, like, always get married. Good for them. In my playthrough, I got them divorced because she was sick of him. And then she got a husband she liked better. Because that's my girl, and I only want good things for her. Now we absolutely have to build. Food buildings. We probably don't have to build them everywhere, but we have to build them. So we're going to build a couple of them. Should be ready. I'm like, the place we really need him is up here, but, you know, we'll work on it. I wanted the tax money, right? I had to have it. I think we didn't use our faction council at all this year. Or maybe it was just... No, we must have done it. I just forgot what it was. It must have been one of those small effect things. You want to vote? Cao Cao, no. Oh, okay. He's trying to get out of all this. I'm like, no, I'm married into both of these houses. Why can't we all not just get along perfectly well? Come on now, guy. The very sudden death of Chen Wen, the dynamic governor of the province. And Yuan Shu evacuates many of his armies, relocates them over there, and confederates things. You know, good for him. Surplus distribution, my favorite thing. This guy levels up. Good stuff. Like, who do we want to level up? I mean, you're going into the field. Why not you? No, surplus distribution, that's the, yeah, the negative reserve one. Well, do we have anywhere where we could afford to lose reserves? I don't think so. Well, if we do it here, we only go -2 on it for a bit, and then we'll get... You know, why don't we just... For 5 turns? Yeah, that's fine. It's worth it to get some food, and you know, we'll see how it goes. And here, of course, he is not going to be able to make it here in 1 turn. He, I think, can't either. Now, this army will be a little bit of a headache, right? Because it has some scary folk in it. But that doesn't mean that they'll be able to beat us in a fight. And we're just going to roll on in and take this mine with, I mean, it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll, we've got our plan. We got our fire arrows. We got our shooty stuff. It predicts a valiant defeat. That's not going to happen, you know. Sure, I'm bad at doing the mine, but they have literally no range, so we're just gonna, you know, go on in, hit them, and get everything done, you know. We've got our fire arrows from our archer militia. Very classy stuff. And I'm not too worried about it. I don't think we're going to take high casualties. And then when they come back to fight us, we'll see what happens then. But right now I need to take a short break. Looking at the clock, it's been 3 hours since I started. I should probably stand up and walk around for a second. So that's what I'm going to do. But I'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll continue on with this for at least some more of the day. I'm loving this campaign. I keep on reminding myself that it's a beta. I'm like, no, don't get too attached. But I'm now starting to believe that I can play with the rebalance and actually be successful if I pick the right faction. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Alright, alright. Once more into the breach. Now it says we're gonna lose. We're not gonna lose. It says we're gonna get beat up. We're not. It's gonna be fine. It is going to be good. It is gonna be just fine. Maybe we'll get Zhao in our faction. That would be fun. Alright, so as always, you deploy on this side. This is the way. But they may sally out. We're just gonna try to, you know, be maximum smart here. These towers can't hit us here, and these towers won't shoot us here. They just don't have the angle over the mountain here. You know, how could they hit us here? You know, the projectile still has to follow the logic of a projectile. They could arc it. They could grip it by the husk. But now they, you know, they've got their circle in up. But what we're gonna do is, you know, just shoot at the people who don't have that ability. And our maybe we'll get old girl to, you know, a nice level before the end of it's all done. These bandit warriors, you know, they don't have. Like we're blocking them a little bit too, aren't we? And we just want to deal with these and keep on shooting them down, you know, because suppressive fire, it you know, it gets some work in. Takes a little while, especially when you're constantly running over the top of your guys, but you know, now we're getting our salvos in. Because even if it seems a little slow work, I mean, that's fine. If they're sitting still, you're going to get all the value you've ever dreamed of from it. And now we're burning down the last of the relevant towers. This is a map where I cannot stand it if I don't have fire arrows, but if I do, I'm like, alright, yeah, we'll just do the map now. You know, and all we have to do is not get in this arc of them. You know, there's only 3 sets of the towers. It's easy to deal with if you got a little bit of fire. We're gonna get into a better firing position now. They might sally out at some point. We still have a ton of ammo, so we don't have to worry about any of that. Yeah, look, we've barely made a dent in our repeater crossbow ammo because of how clumsy our deployment was. When we get here, we'll be able to get much better shots at them, right? Shooting over the hill there, they don't have a great arc. But, and of course, we have to remain ready for the moment in which they may decide to become very brave and not just get shot to absolute pieces. But until that day, the bandit gang is gang-ganging it here. They are getting shot up and not having the best time. Not having the best time. Everyone on guard mode. It'll barely work, but it'll work a little bit sometimes. And if we can get them to peek out their heads, then we'll be able to get some nice charges and such in and envelops. All the more reason for them not to want to let them do, not to let us do it, but all the more reason to try. Alright, time to get our... guys right where we need them, and... because when the, No, 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 don't be like that. Alright, the game is freaking out a little bit. Maybe I shouldn't fast forward. We have clogged up everybody on top of each other, but as soon as we don't do that, I'm sure that our repeating crossbows will avail themselves very well indeed. Alright. Come on, guys. You know how to do it. And now the... there we go. The computer doing just what you want it to do. Freezing up only slightly. Only to threaten you a little bit. The bandit gang going straight down. But here, yep, we got him. We got him right where we want him. Because now they're trying to get into the shield wall, and maybe they do it, you know. We run into the caltrops, that's not perfect. But then they turn their backs. I'm like, yeah, it's time to make the move. And he can hit a flames, and he can hit a roar. It was really about the spears getting taken care of there, because with the spears we couldn't dare, but now we dare. We dare so beautifully. Exactly what we need to do. Find the opening. Get the sting going. These guys can run out the front, and they will run right into all of our waiting fellows. Getting a little beat up on him there, but we're just going to try to take this downhill and run right through him again, because the rest of their dudes are getting in here, and it's a silly place. But we've got a good flames target here. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Though I say so myself, beautiful. Bum bum ba da dum bum 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 bum. Just gonna run down here because this ain't over yet. We still got plenty of ammo left, and we're gonna try to use every bit of it. That's what we're going to try to do. You know, I'm now graduated to thinking that I do want to play very much with this rebalance, actually. You know, this is a much more engaging battle than my heroes doing their hero thing. But I think I need to play a good faction, right? I need to play the strong factions. I don't need to be playing the hard factions. I need to play starting with 2 gold weapons, and one of them is the golden boy sort of factions. But here we'll be getting, you know, 100 or so kills on all of these guys, just what we need. But like they're running, and we're going to be able to, I think, get a pretty good route going here. Well, no, most of these guys aren't beat up at all, actually, but still on this group on the front. Yes, indeed. Moving up the way here, and then of course on this front we've got Axis plus G infantry. Beautiful. And here we're getting a little lost in the sauce there, getting too far up, but we're gonna, yeah, we pull them back in time, I think. We're gonna get everybody else engaged here. And then we'll go up here to debuff them. Now we can't get too stuck in here, but maybe we can. Debuff the armor. And now we've shattered these guys. And now they have spears coming in, so we absolutely, you know, you gotta be sharp on your awareness. If you get charged by spears for any length of time, no matter your armor, you're likely gonna get popped. But we're gonna run into these warriors here. These warriors specifically. And hit a roar. And then a nice 1-2-3 punch there. These cav get engaged too long. We're gonna hopefully be able to get them out in time. But crucially, a pretty fine performance here, showing a basic knowledge of game mechanics. Very basic. And as they run and run and run, and all of our dudes are coming back again, you know, hey, 70 kills on a repeater. Can't say no to that. And Zhao Yun is fighting spears, so get him out of there. So get him out of there. There we go. And then we just follow these guys out and throw. Oh yeah, beautiful. So she throws the flames on them. So now these routing people are going to be running out there, which is just brutal stuff. Just brutal. And that will certainly be the disillusion of many of their hopes, because as they run out here and just get melted, that'll get us ever closer to the army loss that we crave. Speaking of craving, man, they are doing pretty good over on that front. But I guess they got that infantry captain, right? 61 melee evasion. 68 swings a minute? 68 swings a minute? That's a lot of swings a minute. 68. Is it supposed to be that high? Probably. Anyway, they're pretty good. They are pretty good. That's twice as many swings as a regular one is getting in. No wonder they are doing solid. But we win. And importantly, we win pretty well. My YouTube chat's going all over the place. Hopefully it is working for other people. 200 kills for Zhao Yun. You know, it just goes to show that.
心如明镜
Even under these conditions, you can be like, no.
权离我又进一步
Yeah, you know, we're only gonna get one turn of replay in here, and it's not gonna be as much as we would like, but you know, we'll I think we force build this. It's 1800. I think it's still worth doing, because otherwise, if we didn't do it, then we wouldn't get this garrison at all. And as it stands, we'll get some. I guess you don't get a mustering rate. You get a mustering rate for the add-on one, but not for the base level one, probably because of reasons. But she does get to level 2, which... Oh. Our archer's level 3? I guess archers are level 3, so she's still stuck with archer militia for another round. Assuming we live that long. Alright, well, importantly, we get flexibility, which gives us another 5% replen, and just in time, right? That's if he comes at us. I imagine he will, but...
我可没心情
But yeah, we're gonna ask for allied support, and that will hopefully get people distracted. And yeah, so some of us do it, some of us don't. Hanfu's a real champion.
目标只有一个
Can rely on him. So now he can get White Horse Fellows because he's level 5, which are, of course, the better version of White Horse Raiders. Yeah, I'm like, it's a hard knock life. He can get real archers, but she still has to wait another whole level 3. It'll be okay.
全军听令
I got so spoiled playing Liu Biao for my first campaign. It's quite excellent. Unique units. Alright, so here... Change them. Like, look at this obvious spy. Is this a spy? Alright, Contest of Northern Captain's a little wonky right now. It was working earlier, so... We'll see. We're still trying to win a couple more of those.
保持镇定
So Yuan Chao moves his main army out towards Yufalo there. It's okay. Yang Feng is, I think, at the bottom of the stack, so we get to see where he moves. If he moves towards us, that's still... Alright, so this is the best possible result, right? He's got the other gate pass over there, but he's got other enemies on that side. Which is fine. Because now he goes back here. That's not going to avail him anything. I think he might get bonus movement here and be able to come in and hit us on the next turn, but you know, that still will give us a big chunk of time to replenish a little bit, you know, and think of the next moment of combat. It's like, is anybody... Yeah. And while Yongfeng would go for peace right now, that is clearly not at all what we want. Also, we just started this fight a little while ago, and it would be unseemly to do it. But he's over here. Wang Kuang is fighting everybody over here. Iconic. And, Qingui, who is at war with Chu Liju, this would be ideal if he comes up here and beats him up, right? Because we're not... I mean, I don't think he would win, but if he does... Alright, now our reserves here are going down by 1, so we just need to make our time count here as we improve our food infrastructure all around. Go for this one. Make sure that we're doing, yeah, this one's most important. The most. We'll just get a little bit more cultured. That's autumn here. If we move to ambush, well, we could theoretically be caught outside. But Zhu Huang gives them 25% movement range, right? Which we know that. So they can get up here anyway. If we move to ambush, what's the best that happens? No, we'll just we'll stay inside, see what we can do. The thing is, though, is like he's going to be feeling pressure from all these other directions, so he may not be wanting to dedicate, you know, himself to us. And when Chun Yuchong comes up, you know, he doesn't have anything else on his plate. But what happens is they do bring their armies up, and we do get to fight from inside here. So time for a defense, right? Time to see if we can make it work under the boldest of conditions. Now we've got some guys here, but the bulk of it is going to have to be our forces, and on the crackback we will definitely be able to roll them up, you know, depending. Now he has knowledge of the mind, which is only negative 15 morale now, but has a 30-second duration, right? So it's a much more accessible sort of thing now. The massive cleaver, and of course he's got the craftsman, which is very desirable, and he doesn't have any big hitters, so we could get the duel with him with Zhao Yun perhaps. Zhu Hong is going to be a problem, but if we can get you know, spears on him, we've got some decent spears, so we'll see what we can do. You know, we've got our towers. I don't think they have fire arrows. I don't think.
此战已迫在眉睫，出师必捷。
Would we win this duel? I mean, maybe. I think actually probably not. So we don't want that duel. Yeah, we'll just, because if we play our cards right with our cav, we actually can do some pretty fun things here with them, right? Potentially. We just need to... So we're expecting the bulk of the forces there. We don't need too much here. We can have her here for a Wisdom of the River and whatnot, and him for a Roar. You know, we do have... Yeah, we'll... One Flaming Arrow there, and one Flaming Arrow here for the morale loss. You know, at least we've got... Yeah, and we'll layer the axes in. I think this is fine. It may not be, you know, we may not want that many eggs in the basket. I don't think they'll try to go over here. But if they do, you know, if they do, we'll be able to flank around. Zhao Yun's gonna go and try and pick a fight. Because here, if they, you know, if we can confuse them or distract them at all on the approach, that would be good. It's looking like they might be running up this way. I'm like, there we go. We get here, and you know, this is eating these arrows isn't great, but this is what you have to do. You know, this is our guys being as efficient as they can be. We can't beat Zhu Huang in a fight. I believe that is true. Yeah, he's just too punchy, and we're not our final form yet. But if we can get a duel with Han Jian, yeah, there we go. We'll take this duel. And we'll fight in the forest here. And we should win this rather handily. Because knowledge of the mind is no longer a negative 50 morale, so we don't have to worry about that. And then we'll just be in our quite good situation against them. But of course, the longer it lasts, the better we are. They are using their arrows against shielded dudes. You know, it's fine. It is what it is. And they're in the forest as well with a lot of them, so that's pretty wasteful. Looks like we're taking a couple passes for the duel. There we go. Zhao Yun gets a huge hit on him there. Are they doing anything here? Nope, they are just getting shot up, so, you know, good stuff. And they're just dueling on horseback here. Normally you see him get off and go to feet, but, you know, maybe we are going to lose this. He's actually doing pretty well. Now, he's got huge our regular attack damage, but we've got really big armor. But it looks like they are going to think about coming forward anyway. Can we run out here safely and get back? I'm going to try. I don't think they have very many cav over here, and the red cav is on this side, so I think we're okay to try. Yeah, so we are able to push them back here and hit them with the roar. And actually, they're in such bad shape, morale-wise, that They actually get a break there, which is so good, right? And now we're going to come around the rear this way and get them. So, you know, it's certainly working so far. Which means we need to ride out this way with the cav to meet them on the other side. And then, yeah, we're gonna tank their melee charge bonus there. And then we're gonna try to get these guys around the back. But having knocked all of their archers, like all of their archers off with Gongsun's on is pretty good. But if we can get in here and hit a roar here in a second, that'll be even better. Now he is running around all funny from being quick. And that's good. Tank their morale and run in this way. You know, I think it's working. I think it's working. And crucially, yeah, we're going to be able to meet in the middle here. This retinue did not know what to do with their time, and now Gongsun's on is going to show them the power, right? Beautiful work. Beautiful work out of the big guy with a huge hit that makes them all run away. Now, of course, our guys in the front are running, but look at that. There we go. That's what we're looking for. That's what we were looking for. And now we get to run around just right here. Zhao Yun wins his duel, gets here. We get to break this whole infantry clump. Zhu Hong having a party, but of course, it can't be a party for everyone. And as we break in to the back of the saber infantry, we actually... I'm like, are all of our cav about to run away and die? It's fine. We get hit with a roar. I think our morale is fine here, though. Yeah, we just need to get in here. Because their big dude is going down, and Zhu Hong is nearly dead, right? Yeah, he's only got a few thousand hit points left. So for all that they're having a party, it's not as good as it seems. And we brought our red cav out, which is not too good, because now they're going to get shot up. But that is okay. This retinue... Oh, yeah, because they had the reinforcements. That retinue really making it hurt for them. And Zhao Yun, you know, he gets it done, but at a great cost. And this red cav, you know, they bit off a little more than they wanted to chew. That's okay. Time to get inside, everybody. Time to get inside. As we still have a dramatic, you know, power here. Oh, they finally... Oh, they got Raider on somebody. I'm like, they've got fire arrows. They don't. They have Raider on somebody. You want to duel me? We're so beat up. Actually, I think, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, why don't we? I'm like, I bet we can win this. Maybe not, though. You know, we're gonna see. We have 1/5 of his hit points. But we can hit him with a wisdom. We've got boosted damage from having won a duel, so I'm like, maybe we'll just do it, right? Maybe we'll just get it done. But maybe I shouldn't do it. Well, you know, it's actually going pretty well so far. We got 10% of his hit points down. He's gotten a lot of ours down too. But, you know, the wisdom wears off in 2 seconds. We've done half of his hit points. I don't know if this was a good choice, but I think now it's a fair fight, right? Because we've got... I think now it's a fair fight. I think we'll still get it. Oh yeah, Gongsun's on. We got to keep him fighting. We don't want him to go down. We'll lose melee evasion if he does. And he catches our spears out. Clever. But never mind, they get him. I'm like, hope the guy's not Oathsworn. He's not. Gongsun Zan runs over this way. Zhao Yun, 5,000 hit points. Yeah, I think... Why would we doubt him? Why would we doubt him? I think he's going to be fine. Just because he only had 7,000 hit points. Alright, we're going to hit him with the flames here. And now he's got no evasion. We still got 5,000 hit points. He's got 8k. Yeah, there we go. And then we come in here for a sick flank. And Zhao Yun, how could we doubt him? How could we ever doubt our beautiful boy? And it looks like his morale is holding up just fine. It looks like the lady of the house is having a party. Getting it done. And here, you know, the beautiful infantry flank, the happiest kind of flank in the world, gets it done. Zhao Yun with 4,000 hit points. Yeah, there we go. There's our boy. There's our boy. Zhao Yun emerges victorious. Zhao Yun forever. Alright, I believe. Now I believe. Now I believe. He doesn't... This isn't even his final form, right? And he actually healed more damage than he took in the duel. Classic, timeless, glorious, and in all other ways, very good. Now, we do not want to rest on our happiness here. What we want to do is lay the beat down on their fleeing units, because otherwise we're going to have to chase them down. But we'll likely get, like, no reserves here, right? Because we're going to have to respond to all this. But still, very, very great stuff. We burn them all down. We get plenty of shots. I'm like, oh, come on. Don't you dare freeze up on me now, game. I don't want to cry in public again. Oh, no, no, not that. Yeah, but we get a fair amount of them onto the archers here, which is very good indeed. Of course, the mop-up is every bit as crucial as any other part of the game. When you have some cav left over, of course, it's easier to get it done in a decent fashion, because this is how you really, really punish them for losing. You know, they brought everybody to you, and then you run over them. Like, we should claim victory. Don't freeze. Oh goodness, please don't freeze. There we go. It's all fine. Gongsun Zan being a champion, running around.
大义在我，无人能敌。
Young Feng, you get executed. We get the Wandering Craftsman, the best ancillary in the game.
释放战俘。
This is an ancillary that's basically like the elite weapon craftsman, and you just generate it. Shu Huang becomes the leader of the faction, and we get a steed to rival the ages. It is a black elite horse. Bomb. Very fast. 95 speed, right? That's a legitimate speed here. This is actually a very good horse indeed. you know, he'll lose some mass there. I mean, we could give it to her, but yeah, let's you know, get him a faster horse, a little less mass, but that's okay. Let him run around, give him a little bit more expertise. You know, he keeps winning his duels. We're gonna have to start respecting him, right? Now, as soon as we get elemental vigor, he is going to become a menace. The immune to fatigue is very good. The boosted damage is fine with this weapon, and the AP damage is very good. But the hit chance, you know, and all of that, it all just comes in. He'll be winning. All right, so here, crucially, they have really messed up. They're going to... Yeah, so this is perfect. We attack here. And they'll reinforce here. We're going to roll up both of the armies and then be back home to be able to get replenishment over the winter. We'll only lose some.
敌方正派遣援兵前来助战，最好重新考虑战术和部署。
The advisor is reset. It's telling me to consider. I'm like, no, we'll just take the delegate. I believe in, you know, it's must have been reset. It's not telling me to reconsider. It's just saying, hey, there are reinforcements here. But of course, we knew there were reinforcements there. It's just what we wanted. Maybe we'll get Han Xian. I would love that very much. It does not happen.
快去！治理乱世需用铁腕。
But we get to the northern captain, so now we need at least 15 food income there. But when we run back here, we get exactly where we needed to be. Sure, we'll be losing some military supplies, but we're replenishing. They are ultra beat up. And it puts us into a position to move against them one of these days. They only have the one garrison there, so we'll be able to go, you know, spend a turn here trying to get, you know, a little bit put back together, and then run in there, besiege it, force them to come and meet us. You know, these units won't be back together yet, so... And then the other one over there, but, you know, their big dude is down, and speaking of... We'll assign him to Taishitsi, because it makes sense for him to have the craftsman man. We don't need him to wear those, because we need him to actually have expertise. There you go. Make some more money. 3k a turn feels good. We've got to get this food income off the ground, because otherwise, when these assignments dry up, we're going to find ourselves in some trouble. This army is fearsome just for the leaders at the top, right? The Warriors of Yo, let's see. Yeah, okay, so these guys are brutal. Very, very great green characters, you know, like you would expect, but, you know, just big damage, big power, huge evasion. But, you know, just find a crossbow, right? But how do you get a crossbow? But they're our allies. We don't need to fight them. He's our trusted friend. He's our special buddy. Liu Bei, crucially, you know, is holding on to his little part of the world and having a good time. Han Fu for Emperor, right? This dude's got 4 cities over here, rocking it out. Han Fu and the kingdom away. No, he just has 2 of them. I lied. They were all blue.
Alrighty.
An alliance war against Tuoba. Well, yeah, why not? Because he's in our lands? I mean, like, if we're all doing it. I guess I don't have to do it, but then they would be mad at me. But if this is the last of them, then we'll be fine. The Yan takes over. The year is 195. We get an exquisite weapon. It is an Imperial bow. Very cool. Of course, it, oh, it doesn't give you the, retinue thing anymore, but that's alright. Just get this. We should give the heir this thing for the reserves, and then Gongsun Zan can get 5% movement just like he always wanted. Boom, boom, boom. Like, oh yeah, that's right, that place has a garrison. So he couldn't take this miner, not with that, I don't think. Still mustering, that's right. Well, you know, because it doesn't get the muster whenever it swaps over there, but... let's just spin up an army here then, why don't we just... Alright, this guy's an admin, so getting him an army would be good. Because this is for this place anyway, so it'd just be beneficial. Yeah. Go ahead and get him in there, and then we need... Yeah, why not? No reason why not. Give him this glaive. Give him these swords. Now everybody knows how to fight. You command. Here's your movement in your satisfactory. And of course, he doesn't have fire arrows yet, but he will soon. This isn't really a siege army. This is more of a deal with these fools around here kind of army. One White Horse Raider. Three of them, and then we'll get these sword guards and like one red cav. No, we can put the red one over there for this peasant archer that we don't need. Or yellow? Yeah, yellow. So we can deal with the other stuff in a different way. This is just for dealing with archer rundown. And these Black Martin Marauders have... Does this guy give him stock? No, he gives charge negate to the own retinue, which is very good indeed. And has Mending, of course, which we didn't know. He is of Steely Gaze. Steely Gaze. It's like Steely Dan, but for the past. Ancillary set item. Haven't seen any of the new ones yet, but maybe they're at the upper rank, which would make sense. They were pretty strong. But I'm going to improve the infrastructure and get this. We just afford it, and we get the pop growth. We get everything that we could want. It's going well. And reform time. Now, what do? We could get a trade agreement. No, we still can't get that. So, assignments or spies. We could get prestige worldwide. We could get reserves. And that would get us to garrison replen, which is abstractly nice. I feel like more assignments is important. And it drops salary as well, which is nice enough. You know, saves us a little chunk of money. This place has... nope, don't. We can... Like, no, the faction support one doesn't work here. So they have... Oh yeah, they've entirely bailed, which is nice enough, right? So if we go here now... Yeah, they would just... If they move up here, they would have 2 heroes, and so this would barely be 3 total armies, so this is absolutely the play. And we just continue the siege, and it's likely enough that they'll come and attack me, which will, you know, lead to the dissolution of, you know, themselves as a political entity. Shame. Boom, 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 boom. Well, no, they have this land over here. They might last. Depending on what happens over there. Hopefully someone will catch him. If he, like, marches up through all of this, that would be very funny and, you know, just super high banditry value. Here, we run in... and clean them up with the auto here.
今日此胜，乃承天之恩泽。勇夺荣耀。
And we hit him with that to make all of our allies impressed.
好比人之无
And there's the end of Tuoba. Fun. And yep, everyone's wearing everything good that there is. Good, good, good. Like, do we just keep on pumping it? I mean, I think so. And just hoping that we can stabilize public order. And we can just break it later if it's not a good idea. But I mean, if we're making money, it's hard to say no. When this one goes away, we're going to lose 4 food. I think we're barely going to make up for that by the time it happens. We've got enough... for an extra building here now. Oh, that's from the old thing. That's right. He's just at war with Chengui here, who, like, I wouldn't mind if he was here. Just, like, have a plan, bro. Like, you're just standing on my... That's my marsh. That's my swamp. I can't believe you're just gonna roll up in here. No, we'll want to save that for the next turn. Corruption's still very low, of course, because we don't have that much land. We will not cooperate with Liu Biao. Cao Cao is like inside of one of Yuan Shu's cities over there, or besieging it, one or the other. Looks like Jian Wei is popping the other one, and Liu Chong, who we're at war with somehow. Probably because Cao Cao wanted his land. Or maybe Liu Chong is part of somebody else's weird alliance. And crucially, they just totally cede this territory, right? They just say, alright, I'm good. I don't want to do that. And a daughter has been born. Gongsun Minchong has been born to us. And a son has been born to the lady of the house and Gongsun Son. So Gongsun Chan has become with us, and we will destroy the walls. Yeah, so now we just... I mean, yeah. What's the worst it could be? Don't answer that. It's gonna be fine. It's probably gonna be fine. It's pretty rough. But importantly, both of their armies are super omega ultra messed up, so if they come in to hit us here, they're not going to be in any shape to fight us either. And we get elemental vigor. And then we will... Yeah, we'll go on a faction support here. Make her the admin here. Which will, at the very least, you know, add another little army with a little bit of cavalry, a little bit of juice going on here, a little bit of power. All right, so we've got this engine smith thing where we can get public order for the air, which is more desirable than whatever other thing we had on him. The reserves, oh, well, not that much more desirable then. What we put on him? Something I didn't care about? The movement? Yeah, let's, Oh no, it's on the second thing. Yeah, we'll take that public order. That seems just fine with me. And now they're very much on the back foot. I'm like, no, we can't do that. We need to... Build food here and... You know, we probably need to break this here, yeah. This place has multipliers for food, and we're not going to have any good food commanderies, so it's got to be there. Our allies ate up all of the good ones. But I don't think Zhu Huang's gonna come and besiege us here. Because frankly, I don't think the auto gives it to him. And, no, very much chasing a car kind of thing if he gets in. But he's got other problems. I think he might just go and try to, you know, defend his port. Yep, there we go. And that's perfect for us because with a turn or two of us healing up, we're fine. And if they want to come and fight us here, you know, they're locked in here now. You know, they've got this pass, which I would very much like to get, but only for like abstractions, right? We're probably not gonna need it. Yeah, but we are going to, like, no, we're gonna demolish this building. We need more industry. I mean, we got most of the industry. I'm like, let's just lean into it though, right? Let's lean all the way in. No, we need the money for something over here. Yes. Like, right, because when we dropped that tax building, we actually dropped a big chunk there. And now Liu He, like, it's like, no, I have taught the northern tribes to not fear the boat. And they run in here. Yuan Shao is having yellow turban problems. Feel bad for you, son. If they take Bohai, we are going to run right in and take it. 30% more income from industry. Yes, please.
我已准备好提枪上阵了。
And these guys will come back and we'll get the mustering on them.
老友来访，甚是。
And Yuan Shao is still a second marquis, just like me. And they're all declaring up. They're all saying, I do declare. No, what we want here is, yeah, the admin qualities to his place. Is the protector of Bahar. Can we make him better at protecting it? Yeah, that one doesn't really help. Another yellow turban. Yeah, they're just popping up all over here, huh? All over, but I guess these yellow turbans are still up somewhere. Yeah, yellow turbans rebellions popped up everywhere on this stinking map, it looked like. Not over here, not for me. Cao Cao, of course, is doing just fine for himself. He doesn't need to worry about it. It's like, do I think he'll... If we go, like, right here and go to ambush, we might well catch him, right? and he can't just bypass us and besiege the place because he doesn't have siege weapons. So this will hopefully work, and if not, then we don't really need the military supplies that much, right? And even if we don't get these reinforcements, this army can handle this one, right? Yeah, right. After all, they'll just be with a very limited number of things, and we've got our other limited number of things, which will feel unlimited when against them. And even if they bring this army up, which they probably wouldn't, we'd be fine. And we're just going to industry here, because I don't think I need to defend it yet. And then... food production... So we're going to be losing 4 next turn. Like, are we going upside down in the winter? We'll see. I think we might be just okay. Maybe we do need to build more food here. No. Money! That's not money. Money! Sima Long here has got the Apprentice Crafter, one of my favorite low-level things. Mika is probably not a spy. Well, he just wouldn't. Never mind, he threw him with Yuflo. Well, is Yuflo alive anymore? Yes, so is a spy, but we can get a very excellent horse, and that's worth 1,000. Also, he's not definitely a spy. He's just probably a spy. Is a spy. Well, Mike Tyson, it's too bad about you. Time for you to leave, and then of course this warhorse on Gongsun will be very nice indeed. We'll test out a couple more of those when I have a little bit more money to throw away. Shao finally gets eliminated. An exquisite weapon? A warglaive! Awesome. And we'll hit this surplus again here. And just in time for everything to fix up. And now here, we'll just... You know, we didn't catch him out. If we hit him here... then this garrison... I mean, this is, I think, the play, right? We'll hit him here. We'll fight him in the field. We're half alive. It's enough. Because you won't run with this other army here, right? Yeah. So they'll have all of them, but all we have to do is win this. And then we should be able to roll it up. Now, Hanjian, do we take the duel again against him? I think so. Because although we're at half HP... we do have our ability now, so that makes him, you know, considerably better. But alright, let's get to it. So we're going to deploy a little bit forward, and then we're just going to be running with our cav and everything to try to jump on him, right? Yeah, she's got a bow now, so they can shoot together. Yeah, enemy reinforcements are on the field, but do you want to duel me? How brave are you? Because this is just going to be able to, you know, light them up on the approach, which is everything that we want, you know. Free damage. Furthermore, it upsets their AI, right? When they're like, oh no, we're losing the fights. What are we going to do? Just dive in here. And then hopefully be able to set up like so, right? And burn down the forest, right, as they emerge from it. Classic tactics, right? Of course, they don't have their faction-wide forest immunity anymore because the old guy is gone. I doubt he's oath-sworned up. But we don't want him coming back. Alright, good stuff. Exactly what we needed out of the first phase. I don't think they have a ton of cav here, but let's just back out. They'll be coming across in due course. Yeah, and these rocks are actually actual obstacles, so we will have them there, go like so. Now we know Zhu Hong's around somewhere. We do need like 1 unit of spears to kill him. Everybody else on the whole field could maybe do it, but you know, we need something to get it done. He wants to duel Zhao Yun. If we were at full HP, I would totally do it. I am interested in dueling you though. Yeah, we'll take that duel. And we're just going to go up here and help. And again, he's half dead, but I think he swings really fast, does Han Xian. But we're going to just wait a bit for our ability to go up, and we should be okay. But actually, we need... Yeah, we gotta get rolling here. They don't have cav at all, really, so we don't need to worry about that. Oh, come on now. Don't you do me like that, game. So Zhu Hong has, you know, terror and everything. We're going to run in here and and hit this roar, which is going to help in the duel as well, and then we're going to get immediately out because the big guy is not brawling with Gongsun. That's not what this is about. We did use our wisdom already. We did. We did. I don't remember doing that, but it must have happened. Get here on the bandit gang. Zhao Yun is pumping up the jams. He is going to get everything that he needed soon enough, and now they're trying to come in through this way. But here we go. We need to just run in through this way. He absolutely smashes. We need to get him back here to get them off there. Zhao Yun wins his duel. Gorgeous. What a boy. What a champ. What a guy. And now with Gongsun's on, doing old style, cracking on him. They're trying to come in here. We're going to attack here. These sword guards run away from that. No, no, no. Here we go. Run, run, run. And now we're going to dismount here and try to get on to Zhihong, but it looks like, you know, we'll be fine. It looks like we have run away, run away. It looks like the lady is getting embroiled in spears is what it looks like. We need to be more careful than all that. But we've got Zhao Zilong and a whole bunch of spears against Zhihong, so we know that should work just fine. Especially when all the rest of these helpers are gone. And then our backline doing perfectly well. And that's exactly what happens. Zhihong gets beat down by our superior forces, and now it's time to get back on a horseback. And now we're going to charge in here. You know, I'm starting to get a feel for it now. I'm starting to get a little bit more of a feel for it. All I need is a couple of guys with gold weapons, a few good men. You want China? You can't handle China, or whatever the line is. I've never seen the movie. I'm lying. I've seen it like 1,000 times. My family used to have it on VHS. Sometimes I just like to tell a lie, just for a brief moment, to see what it's like to be a liar, and then I take it back. But, you know, if we're very lucky, we'll get Zhihong, and then this will be a playthrough that I will absolutely lament having to drop one day. No, I mean, why do I have to drop it? It's not like I can't. It's not like I can't play it forever. Anyway, we win quite handily, and you know, putting ourselves into an amazing position. Bum 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 bum.
心如明镜，无往不利。
Oh, well, you know. You can't get them all. If we spare his life, will he be indebted to us? The thing is that I actually love this guy, and I just can't see myself popping him even for the weapon, right? Because I love him.
释放战俘。
We're gonna employ this guy so he can take his stuff.
快去！
But he'll be inside here, so we'll get another opportunity. Yeah, we'll get another opportunity to capture him and get him right now. And maybe he'll have fondness, right? Maybe he'll have fondness. And maybe because this is the last hurrah of his faction with land, he'll join me. It could happen. Well, it doesn't happen. These are both like my boys, and I just can't pop them. It's not who I am. But oh yeah, no, they don't have no land. They still have the gate pass over here. You know, there'll be more opportunities to. Hey, Ironic, how's the campaign going? Oh, amazing! I've never been doing so well. You know, I think the key is to have a couple of great fighters with gold weapons. You know, I was playing hard starts with normal dudes. I needed our beautiful boy Zhao Yun. You know, that's what I needed. I needed someone who could actually, you know, just win everything. But yeah, no, it's going great. We're here in 195. I haven't seen any of the new faction council effects. Perhaps they only happen at the higher ranks because I'm just still, you know, the marquee. We've been testing out the edicts. The ones that we've done have worked. A lot of, you know, I see that they're from the traits. You know, the early ones, the provincial oversight, like, I guess it's something, but it just feels like this is the one that you access as soon as you get it, and, like, that's the time when you don't need corruption reduction. But I guess, you know, it's fine. Some of these other ones is cool, and once Rowan pointed out to me that you could look in this for all the traits, I was like, oh, that's wonderful. Now I'd be like, they should be one that gives you, you know, line of sight. And then I finally look at it. I'm like, okay, there it is. But yeah, we've tested a few of them and they have worked. But we've also been not making enough money to test all of them. But, you know, it's about building up the campaign into a state where then I can, you know, save it and then look around and poke around, you know, whenever I'm eating my ramen at night or whatever. It's not all fun and games. It's serious business. Just playing. But, Northern Captain mission. It showed on the web for a bit, but the wheel is no longer showing. But we are here trying to get the food income. I think it's on the 5th of them or something. We didn't kill Liu Yu because I forgot that was a mission for us. But he's at war with our guys, but he's just like bouncing around and being hilarious. But yeah, I looked at it a couple of times, and it showed me with 3 bits of progress on the wheel, but then whenever I got to, I guess, the next one, it bugged up. But, but no, I think this faction is what I need to play, right? You know, stuff like this. People with really, really, really great generals. But we palled around with Yuan Chao immediately. We have a diplomatic marriage with him. Have I reloaded since then? No, I have not. Reload the save or reload the whole thing. You know, let's just reload the... Wait, don't. Oh, no. I'm sorry. It's too late. I can't. I already did it. I mean, I saved it. I apologize.
当今战乱频仍，生灵涂炭。若战事旷日持久，则民众必生祸心。因此，主公若不及时止息兵戈，百姓必将揭竿而起，力争太平。
I'm sorry.
兵器连年，烽烟不息。若不速速了结战事，必致百姓疲弊，仓廪空虚。主公应迅速出兵，尽早制敌。此乃。
Well, it works now. I reloaded and now it works again. Good news. Well, I don't know why I broke. Is it because I hit escape? No.
为天下苍生。
If I encounter a bug, try sending the mod log alongside it. I will try. I'm sure I can Google where to find it. We all know the interior search function of windows, which I use. It's basically imaginary at this point. Alright, we're gonna demolish that building. We don't need it here because this is like, you know, a great commandery, but not when they have the other pieces of it. They being your allies, who you adore and value very much. When you reload, it drops all the edicts. We'll make a note of that. I don't know if that's known or not, but that is the case, because we had edicts with several of these guys on. Does it just say it? Is the effect gone? Let's check real quick. Yes, there you go. It is on. I was like trying to find where we could find it. Yeah, it is on. Would it let you do another one? Let's try to break it. It will let you do another one. There you go. Success. After several hours, I have found something that validates my time. No. I mean, I'm having a great time looking at all this, but I feel sometimes I'm like, alright. Try to find something. You've been having a good time looking at everything. You will vote to remove Han Fu from the military. And Cao Cao, how could you? Han Fu's our best friend. I think we're gonna get some pizza tonight. I'm so like, you know, going off of my vacation to go back to work, and I didn't want to, and then now I'm on another little miniature vacation. It's great. It's great. But yeah, I'll get some pizza tonight, and then I'll eat it tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. And then I'll go to work again. It'll probably be out of pizza. But unimportant. Or I'll have ramen. I haven't decided which. I'm actually super stoked on this playthrough. I know I'm doing the beta or whatever, but I'm super stoked on this playthrough because for the first time playing with the campaign... No, not the campaign. The battle mechanics revamped and the rebalancing, I'm feeling like, okay... I'm starting to get it. I'm having a good time in the battles. I'm able to win sometimes, you know. And sure, if it just takes a strong faction with 4K and family estates and a couple gold weapons, that's fine, you know. I'll learn to play that way. But, you know, it's definitely been a blast because it's clearly better than vanilla balancing, which is so whatever it is, you know. I feel like we all loved the game in spite of what it was. But... You know, it's tricky getting used to because I have my preconceptions about how things should work, but... Oh, the coastal jetty. If we do this right now, we can get another trade agreement. Oh, importantly, we've got the coastal thing now. So we've got trade with more people? No, so we don't have trade with more people. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going to need to go and rescue the Emperor or whatever. It was just this faction leader. I haven't seen if it was other ones. But yes. But yes, ironic. So I loaded up and I saw 4K family estates. I was pretty surprised. But here in the court position, for position effects, it gives 35% income to Gongsun Zan. And again, I have not checked it on any other thing. But I was just surprised by it. Because I looked on his panel And I was looking everywhere to find why it was 4K and not 3K, but it's up there at the top. So, there you go. But I have not raised up any other saves to see if, you know, somebody else gets some. All right, spread sedition. I'm not seeing... I mean, the scholars... K? K? Does this work? I mean, it can't work, right? Does this work? Because research rate, if I'm not mistaken, is a non-functional effect for the Han. And they're the only people who get a faction council, right? It should give you an extra reform. So, I mean, if we get it, it'll give us an extra reform, or that it's just the wrong thing attached to it. So we get this, pay them. Quicker construction time feels relevant for this point. That's a base game thing with this faction bonus. Oh, okay, shows what I know. Yeah, but yes, this assembled the scholars and did not give us the bonus tech. Maybe because I didn't research beforehand? Very well could be. You know, let us just reload real quick for the autosave, and that'll let us see what's going on there.
当今战乱频仍，生灵涂炭。若战事旷日持久，则民众必生祸心。因此，主公若不及时止息兵戈，百姓必将揭竿而起。 力争太平，兵起连年，烽烟不。
这样应该没问题吧？好，就这么定了。
But yeah, the key to this playthrough, I think, so you just got to make friends with Yuan Shao, right? And then move very quickly and try to get decent diplo with the people on your border to the right, but... Peace between our alliance and Liu Chong? Of course! I would love to! Does Liu Chong not want it? Yeah, Liu Chong is too proud. I love him. What a guy. He's like, y'all know what you did? I'm like, me? All I did was attack all the holdings of the Han Empire everywhere. They were barely using them. And we get a G of Heavenly Mandate, which is one of the best weapons in the game. That's, you know, generic. Super good, you know, massive attack, and I mean it's stronger than Invincible is by a pretty big margin, right? So we're gonna put this on. It you lose the armor, right? The thing is though, when you get the G, you get 900 more melee base damage, and Elemental Vigor works off the base damage principally. So this, I think, is worth losing the expertise and the armor for. Because then he just, you know, swings twice as hard. Pretty funny to drop the invincible to give him a generic item, but, you know, 1.1 and 1.1 with a 20 swing speed has to be better than that, even with the armor and everything. Alright, what were we doing? We were reloading to cheese what we got out of the weapon crafter. No, not on purpose. Alright, so try this first. Convene the scholars. Nope. Even when researching the other reform first, it clicks over. Maybe next turn it'll give it to us, right? If it's like the Cao thing. We will see. We will certainly see. I'm somewhat worried about these fools coming across at me, but we know they have the CJI. Go to T5 here, and then we'll be too broke anywhere else. This army is too expensive to be doing nothing, but if we... No, what we want to do is go right here, because... Yeah, because if the Yellow Turbans take Bohai, we want to be right there to take it away from them, and that will be the most hilarious thing. Get wrecked, buddy. I mean, how could you have been mismanaging your lands to this extent, Yuan Shao? Nijua is going to take that place, though. I guess we could just run right back. The Chi Pass is annoying to have in their hands, but we'll fundamentally be able to get it. And having them with a gate pass is better than them being landless by a huge margin. Because while they do get good replenishment from it and such, you know, they're not getting the 50% off of everything. They're not getting their foreign recruitment or anything like that. So it's like barely any movement to get out here to hit them. I think... Well, I mean, would they even be able to flee from here? Yes, they would definitely be able to flee from here. However, importantly, we're still replenishing on the river. Which we get the character and the village, because, yeah, it's my river. So he's, you know, he's getting messed up. We're losing a little supplies, but he is definitely going to be feeling, you know, chastened here. At least I hope that's the case. We go for the trading port. Alright, Mike Tyson, we were supposed to fire him, right? Yeah. Yeah, and this guy left Yuan Shu. I was like, isn't this the guy with the retinue upkeep? He is the guy with the retinue upkeep. This guy left Yuan Shu, joined up with the bandits across the river, and now is with me. You know, retinue upkeep is really good. The negative income from failing the estates barely matters, right? So we'll hold on to this guy. He's 35. Retinue upkeep. That's real good. Probable prime minister, assuming we play this for another 100 years and not for a very small amount of time. No, we'll get to Marquis eventually, but you don't get a prime minister till Duke, right? Yeah.
根壮而后，枝叶繁茂。冲啊！耐心等候，敌军必中圈套。
No, never mind. He's fine. He pumped up the jams with an Imperial Sword Guard there. I don't think this Yellow Turban is gonna take it. Actually, looks like they'll live to fight another day there. Gold building. It's like, I mean, why not, right? Really, we just need to like unlock some more reforms, maybe. Do we even have a granary anywhere? I think not. It'll be fine. We'll love this one. This is the unique one. We do not, in fact, get a new one on the next season or something. Paying out the nose for these salaries. Just playing.
做好准备。
Chongzheng is holding on. Kongrong is doing very well for himself, right? And it's just an interesting time here. But if he takes Hongnong here, then of course we move across the river, grab it, use it as a jumping off point for the pass. The classic move. Yufulo is not going to attack me. He is frying other fish. We're fine with him. He doesn't mind me, and I don't mind him. Just gonna rehab some criminales. This place making such big money. Oh, right, because we got the industry kick from, yeah, that's right. You know, hey, can't fault it. And then we go in here for the collection of the taxation. And there we go, making money off of the taxes, making money off of states, getting it done. That dude's level 3 now, which of course puts him into a position to actually be useful. Unlike this dude who is merely level 2. That's right, he's the admin here, so getting him was desirable. We're gonna go ahead and drop him. We'll swing that other army in there later. You know, a couple archer militia and 4 repeaters. 4 repeaters is serious business, right? 4 repeaters. The repeating crossbow shuts off cavalry. You know, by removing 100% of their charge bonus, it's not some slight thing. You repeater them as they're charging in on like a city. You've got your green guys with spears in the breach there. They come in, you know, boom. They just run right into the spears. You stab them. They get no charge bonus at all. And, you know, good stuff. We're gonna say it's good to be distinguished. Oh.
身处乱世，必须勇猛无畏，向前进军。
But the big guy's coming home now. By the light of the moon, he's coming home. and getting it done. Coming Home, the great song by the great band Murder by Death. If you don't listen to Murder by Death, you could. Anybody could at any time. I've been listening to them for, I guess like 23 years now. Awesome band. They have a cello player, and they write these wonderfully literate songs, and, Coming Home's a great one, but there are many, many other great ones out there. If you want a list of some of them, just holler at your boy. I will furnish it for you. Making the money, getting it done. We have these trade agreements, but nobody with the potential for trade. Of course, Li Shua getting in the way of it. We need people to level up so that we can, because if we... Maybe the trade doesn't go through here because they're impassable shallows. Maybe if we get the cheap pass, that'll let us trade through here. We need to just roll up and take this from them, though. I mean, actually, if we take the cheap pass, that ain't totally out of bounds for what would be a good idea. Because we could just gold building up a couple of times, hit to marquee. And this time we propose peace between our alliance and the Yuchong. And the Yuchong pieces out with us. What a nice guy. Just in time for 197 to roll around. And, well, you know what happens next. Unless it's already passed then. I don't know what year it is. What year is it? Jumanji? But yes, the Alliance of Yuan Shao. How come we calling it the Alliance of Yuan Shao? I thought all of us were in it, like, how come that's what it's called? All right. Yeah, I thought we were called the Alliance of the Locust Tree, okay? The Alliance of Yuan Shao. Get out. Get out. Now we're going to have a problem. Now we're going to have a problem. Hong Degong, who has left Zhuge in the south, right? And moved over here, good for them. So we could, yeah, why don't we? Let's be bold. Come across the river here, help them out, and they probably just jump off of it, right? No, they can't jump off of it, and we do get a huge fight. Beautiful. Of course, is it going to be good for us? I mean, we'll see. They've got plenty of archers and some saber infantry, so if we can just... We use our red cav to meet up with their units, right? And Cao Cao is here. And then, we'll be able to support there. Try to get a duel. There's plenty of people here that might want a duel. But I'm just going to take a short break. This might be the last battle of this part of the playthrough. I very well might be playing it for the rest of the day, but I need to stand up and stretch. Probably it's been a couple hours I've been sitting down again, but we'll be back to it and at least get to do this, and then, well, because now that I've said the dreaded pizza word, I am dreaming of pizza. I've been getting it a lot lately, but you gotta treat yourself. I never eat out, so getting pizza 3 times in a month is 30 times as much pizza as I normally get in a month. But anyway, I'll be right back. I'm excited about my pizza. I hope you guys are excited for it too. I'm not going to share. I am, but not with y'all. I'm sorry. It's just not feasible. Alrighty then. Let's get to it. I'm excited. Now I'm excited to play the game because I feel like I can actually win. It's, you know, it's about unlearning what you think you know and leaning into, you know, what is. You know, I was getting too much cav. I wasn't getting near enough sword cards, right? You know, you gotta just get some sword guards, right? Just get some sword guards. They'll do it. And these repeating crossbows, I don't know if they're too good. They sure are real good, though. I guess only strategists can get them, and they don't get, like, the good shooting stuff until level 3. So it is nice, but it just... They're, pretty solid. I like them. Suppression. Maybe if it just got 80% of their power away. No, and then, so, our friends are going to come from that way, and they're going to try to meet up over there. Oh, Dongbai! My girl, my successful girl. I love Dongbai, y'all. I love Dongbai. She's my pal. It's like, I think it was my first make them unique. No, don't let me lie to you. I don't remember which one it was. But we were playing Dongzhuo, and she figured very prominently in that campaign. I had an absolute blast with her. Just a total great time, and then we're gonna get these guys up, get on the Raider Cav, and you know, same old story as always, right? Get getting a lot of reinforcements from the other side, but we do have to support them on the way in. Shouldn't be too tricky, right? But it will be a while before they get here, so we're just going to go ahead and get our harass going. See if we can pop a duel, right? See if we can get something fun going on. Now, none of these people are Zhao Yun's equal on any given rainy day. Least of all now, when we're approaching our final form, but that doesn't mean that one of these fools might not want a duel anyway. And then we're going to be able to get some nice shots here at the mounted lancers. Because even in the trees, you know, I figure we're not likely to run out of our shots. I'm like, can we get a duel? We cannot get a duel, but we can get a very excellent beatdown. Like, I gotta... Oh, we didn't put the Zhambei Warhorse on him. I'm like, we got some good stuff to charge here. We're gonna make this look like we're playing the old game. Boom, look at that. I ran into 2 guys. Yeah, bet you're sorry now, you chumps. And crucially, they are now shooting at us with fire arrows, which could be very funny, right? If they start burning down the trees that they themselves are standing in. But as they're approaching a little more, it's just time to get a little bit more distance here. You know, and hey, we got a chunk of kills there. It's just you know, it's not as dramatic as it could have been in the past, but you know, and then we know that their troops are very anxiously trying to get here, but, you know, not in a way where they have to fight before they have to. I mean, who can blame them, right? Now, of course, crucially, we're helping Cao Cao hold on to this land, but we're friends. We're in a coalition. And in any way, Li Zhu is giving me a headache. And if we can get here... And I think you can replenish in Coalition Military Alliance territory. You know, get a little bit and then go to the gate pass and hopefully try to grab it. And then from there, you know, sky's the limit, or rather, it isn't. The limit does not exist. The limit does not exist. Li Zhua, you want to duel me? Very well, I accept. He's got the blade of Zhao Yun. So, you know, that'll, I saw it right after. I'm like, what? Doesn't he have something cool? Yes, he has the blade. The sword of Zhao Yun, the, you know, the famous guy, the one who is always brawling with Liu Bong. You know, the guy. Speaking of the guy, we're going to get a whole lot of problems here in a second when all of these fellows roll in. Oh yeah, this is way more than we're wanting to deal with. They've got a lot of troops here. Fortunately, Zhao Yun will probably win this fight. No, we just need to get... We cannot let these repeaters get engaged on us. Fortunately, these Raider Cav will be splintering off. But on the front, yeah, our sword guards here with that roar, you know, if the roar wears off, they won't run, but who knows? Who knows? And we eat a charge there, but we notice it, so we're going to be able to run off in time. Gongsun's having a time. We're just going to run in this way. You know, Li Zhu is given as good as he got here against us, but, you know, the lady of the house running in, she's just going to ping-pong around, give them a bit of a headache. And these spears do break off everything on that side, stabilizing their life very well. And now we just need to get out of here. She's getting a little beat up. Oh yeah, and like there we go. And then Zhao Yun, of course, winning his duel. All of these guys breaking off on this side, and our reinforcements are, you know, they'll eventually be here. They probably will eventually be here. We need to get on the lady herself. Get in here. You know, because for all that, this is mostly going okay. Well, no, you know, we break off another piece of that jar there. You want to duel me? Very well, I accept. Like, I'm not afraid of anybody, even if they got the old tenacity. All tenacity of steel means is that they are going to be somewhat of a more fair fight. Okay, yeah, never mind. She's already broke off. You know, I don't think... Yeah, she didn't have the morale for it, right? Once we charged her, she immediately was like, nope, I'm good. I was wrong. Alright, and they shatter off there. We're charging through here, pull away here, beautiful work. And of course, winning these duels really messes with their morale, and then we're going to run into the middle here and hit the sweet flames of the Phoenix down. And for the first time in my life, I'm finally acting like a good general. I say, lying. No, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Our archer militia, you know, they're not running here. They're fighting, but that's the thing is, you know, they lost their charge bonus, and now they're in the same condition as anybody else. Here, just slowly churning down. Not really getting it done in enough time, and now we're going to charge in here. Beautiful. You know, all of this for somebody else's land. But Li Zhu was a thorn in my side. And you want to duel? Yeah, very well, I accept. And Zhao Yun getting to have a time. All right, so this is what we needed. We needed a duelist that we could be confident in having them win. And then, of course, because he's already won before, so like, look at, he's just going to delete him, yeah. Yeah, he's just going to delete him. Because when they're in a duel and they're posturing, he's still charging up, you know. Dongbai, join us. I will marry you to our son. She makes loads of cash for you. And hey, and then our reinforcements show up. Yeah, Zhao Yun absolutely being a monster. See, 4,000 damage victory. Ah, did it. And importantly, despite having the craziest duelist, no, you can't discount the value of an ultra-high duelist, right? Because that gets to mess up everything they have. That juices your morale. We were about to run, and then we got a huge morale hit. They took a morale hit, you know. So being able to win duels, you know, that's pretty important too. This guy is the administrator of some pass. That's this pass, I think. So we definitely want to employ him, and then we'll fire him. But, or is this... I don't remember. I only know Hulao Pass. Yes, it is this one. So this is crucial because by getting rid of him, you know, they don't have that benefit. And now we're losing just a little bit of military supplies, but we're fine. And okay, we do get our proper basic plus characters plus military supply rate here, so we're not in so bad a shape. And we'll just, you know, hit probably an encampment because it's about to be winter. We cannot be at a pass in winter. That won't work at all. No, not at all. But we're going to try to do this defensive tactics thing. There's only a 2% chance to get caught. And now this guy, who brings us both reserves for commandery and a mathematician, is now unbreakable when defending. Yeah, that would have been a mess. And has roar and stuff. Yeah, so getting rid of him, very crucial. We're gonna fire him. You know, he worked for us, but we're gonna fire him. He worked for us for one day. What we really did was say, hey, you can't work for Li Jue anymore. You know, he's inheriting this whole tyrannical nonsense. We're not having that. We got a coalition of the willing. We got 40 nations ready to roll, son. And he didn't have anything to reply to that with. Long time to build these. I think the minor settlement is the most important one there. Go gold, because you get prestige off of the third level of the minor, and then everything's basically fine here. We really just want to chill and keep things on an even keel up on that side. Since we're apparently trying to grab the Emperor, I'm like, he goes up in 197, he goes up in 197, yeah. And here, the contest of the Northern Captains bugs again. It might be that whenever we complete it, we get a little messed up one, but we'll see. We're gonna, you know, maybe when we complete it, if we complete it. Doubt we will, because of where the effects are at. You know, that one might potentially get us 2. It's my girl! It's my beautiful, perfect girl! She's in the Gu Gate Pass. We gotta go say hello. Maybe she'll join me. Now, I don't really want this. Okay, so if we accept this, everybody in the Alliance is mad at me. But if we reject it, sounds... Why would you and Zhao get mad at me no matter what we do? But I don't believe you and Zhao when he says he wants to be friends with his brother. That don't make no sense. Alright, the problem here is, of course, that we're about to lose this city. Yeah, we don't have another army to raise. Well, we've got walls and, you know, stuff. Could we get back in time? Well, let's think, right? They're here. They would have to besiege us. We would be able to move on them. I mean, this is our best chance to progress on this side of the river, which isn't that important, but is, you know, abstractly interesting. Plus, we could try to get Lu Ji, my beautiful, perfect girl. But yeah, it looks like we'll hit Marquis a little today, but I hardly want to lose this, though. We fought hard for it, so what do we want to do? No, we'll just try to pursue this thread. I mean, for all we know, Yuan Shao will, like, march down here and that'll spook him, or he'll come over here for something. Because we don't really want to drop this army. We'll just give more problems here. But if we do... Well, you know, this place can care for itself better. That, because this is level 5, plus it's got the retinue there. You know, why don't we just... see what we can do. Because even with a small contingent of helpers, I believe that this dude's level 4. That'll hardly be nothing, right? Let's get him in here. Oh, we got cheaper redeployment for various reasons. That's good. Yeah, here we go. Got a couple of the family here, and they're admins too, so that'll help. And we'll give, yeah, you know, why, this guy can carry around Invincible for a little bit. That'll please him. Yeah, so Tenacity of Steel now, it's a 25% chance, 125 minute base, so it's, you know, not what it used to be. Very, very good. But, you know, works off the base damage more than the AP as opposed to the equivalent in the unbalanced, the lack of balance. Vanilla. Yes, we get inside, and then Warriors of the Western Garden are fatigue resistant, big regular damage, big charge. Like, what do we have to... like, with these guys here, now I feel like we could definitely do it, right? Because this is, like, not a nothing garrison at all. Plus, we've got a wall, but... Let's just hold off on buying more stuff for him then for the now. Winter will end, we'll go here to the pass, and we'll see what happens. If you besiege it first, maybe it'll give you the thing where it's like, you can build your siege equipment right away. We'll see. I don't know why I gave him like a foghorn leghorn there. For all that I'm occasionally pretending to be beta tested, I'm having the most fun in this campaign. Oh, it's so wonderful. You know, I finally cracked the code on playing normal, and Liu Chong declares war on Yuan Shu. Well, yeah, sure, good. Gongsun Xiong is born into us, and we get the young emperor comes of age. We get a sword and shield and a black stallion. And our favor is, you know, meager at the moment, but we'll just go ahead and take that there. Cao Cao's is so high! But, you know, he's got that credibility, right? And then Liu Biao, of course, has governance that lets him start out with it maxed. And this guy's got domestic affairs, whatever that is. I guess he's got a lot of ladies. No, I'm just playing. I know that's not what that means. It could be, though. Alright. If we besiege it... Yeah, I think actually the move is to keep staying here with our military supplies, because if we besiege it right now, then I bet they could, like, I don't know, do something about it. Plus we need... Yeah, we need to... move a little further up the road here. We need more supplies. If we move in right now, this pass is going to drain almost all of the supplies we have. You do not want that. You do not want that at all. And maybe if we're here, Lu Ji will run down here and try to fight us. We do want that. We want that very much indeed. It occurs to me that he could go up and hit the mine. That would be obnoxious. Well, if we just put together a proper army here. Cao Cao just hires people to make me think that I should hire people. Alright, so if we get her out here, right, she's an admin here. This will let us get her an opportunity to get her legit force up. Also, she's level 4, so... Alright, so do we want, what, like a crossbow or two? She can't get repeaters, so... Archer, archer, crossbow, crossbow... Seems good, and then, you know, even if they try to move up there next time, I mean, this army is going to be able to handle them. Decent pop, plus the mustering and all of that, yeah. A little 4% from the population, sometimes that's all it needs. Drop the industry income. I mean, it's only 25%, and it'll help out. The mustering turns won't decrease, though, but, you know, can't have everything. Not unless you plan ahead, which, if you're me, you don't! Oh, furthermore, we also spent all of our money on the faction council stuff, which stinks, but it's okay. We already knew which ones these were. Oh, promote learning. We have soldiers, we have grain, we have almost nothing that would make an educated man want to live here. And now the schools, the temples, and the tias make it cheap and raise more. All right, so this is probably a new one. construction cost and construction time for learning. Let's do that and make sure that it works, because I don't... Also, the font looks slightly different, right? I don't know if you can tell on your screens, but the font looks very slightly different, which is the thing that jumps to my eye. This is probably a new thing here. So let's do that. Make sure it works. And, next turn, we'll see if we can upgrade the school, quickly and that kind of thing. I assume learning is the school category. But we'll see. Because I'm also thinking, like, maybe learning is the name of, like, the yellow turban thing, right? And, but we'll see. Because none of these buildings are labeled learning. Is it temples, then? Maybe it's the grand temples are the centers of learning. And I just thought schools would be. But no, it looks like maybe... I don't know how long they're supposed to take, and I don't know how much they're supposed to cost, so I don't know if it's working. I don't know what they're on. Anyway, it says it's working for something, and I believe them. Just gonna be able to tax collect in here for right now. Yufulu having a time. That's yeah, Huchichuan, the last Chanyu. He's worked for me before. That's why I know his name. I would be like, we should take another trade agreement, but we actually don't have the trade agreements for what we have right now, which is pretty annoying. But let's, I mean, if we get Chang'an, we might. Yeah, let's get construction time here. That would have been good to do before we decided to build everything, right? Oh, we don't have the money for it anymore. Heh, it must have been discounted. Whoops. But it'll make this happen in one turn, and that's worth it. It'll be worth it. Northern Captain Countess is showing up again. It's rotated us on the wheel every now and then, which is interesting. We need all the food, and we're not going to get all the food. The food is now being distributed through many a city. This goes up, and oh right, our assignment must have dropped. Like, yeah, well, the surplus distribution. So we're gonna be in a little bit of a state for a second, but like, then what I think we need to do then is identify where this money is and get more food. This is very much like just hanging by a thread here. Here we can get this shield, which gives her, a much better shield, and, that'll let her run around and live her most self-actualized life. Shanbei or horse here. What? Cao Cao's trying to get me kicked out. Okay, Hanfu and Yuan Shao don't want this at all. Cao Cao, I'm starting to think we should kick you out of this alliance. You've been trying to get all of us He's been trying to get all of us at each other's throats. Peace between our alliance and Yunshu. Well, I mean, I guess we'll do it. If everybody's on board, why not? Why? Why are we all on board? I guess we're just over it? Oh, I guess we took all the land we wanted up there. And, you know, maybe this is a good thing, actually. Bum, 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 bum. But I do worry about not having an army on this border. Well, fortunately, Liu Bei has just declared war on him, and that will be useful enough. Because I just don't want him paying attention to me. I don't care what he's doing. And we're supposed to attack him because he's an enemy of the people, but we've just declared peace with him, or rather, achieved peace with him. Declared peace. Anyway. So this reserve cap isn't enough to get you Imperial favor for being capped. You need more. Not sure what the number is. I should learn. But yeah, we're just going to keep on surplus distro here because the pop growth. Well, I mean, actually, wouldn't we want it? Yeah. This is much better. So it looks like Hanfu is going to be rolling up on the gate pass here. Chunyu Chong is just like hanging out in March over here. I have no idea what he's got going on. He's actually been here for a second, right? Let's keep an eye on that. Maybe he's confused between the rebellion and this guy raiding and this guy over here. Maybe he's just froze up. They are at war all around. And from here, yeah, we're going to be able to roll out them like they're, And it says they're going to beat us. They're not going to beat us. We're going to be fine. Maybe they've got the scare thing. We don't have our horse archers. We don't have a lot of the stuff that we would normally have, of course, in the other army, but we should have enough heat to deal with a minimal amount of the foe there. We'll see. Spear guards come with circle, I guess, I hope. Maybe somebody's wearing a thing that gives them, I don't know, like I feel like maybe at a certain level they get, because I feel like I've been in plenty of things where we weren't getting these very nice formations, so maybe it's a commander of a certain level, maybe it's a strategist of a certain level. I know in the base game thing you get it from like commanders and stuff around, but... a little reticent about this, but if we can get them into a duel with, like, Gongsun Fun, who's not that amazing, if we can get them into a duel with him, because he's got... yeah, this would actually be pretty good. Alright, let's see. She's got poison volley. Yeah, you know, that's not ideal, but maybe, again, we can get her to duel us or something. They don't have the run through the trees happily ability. I don't think they have, like, the, Yeah, they don't have the speed to catch us on the Sentinel. Yeah, let's just duel her right now. Boom, that's perfect. We have tenacity and she doesn't. And, you know, so it'll be, you know, a totally unfair fight. We've got everything that you could want, and she's got none of it. And, of course, an early duel is exactly what you want when you know the outcome. So we've got a regular weapon, but we've got tenacity of steel. She's got a regular weapon, no tenacity of steel, regular armor. And, of course, when we tenacious all the way up, we're going to be doing a ton more damage. Because it's already ticking up, you know, it's already, this duel has been on for a while, so he's already on to the final phase of pain, so she's gonna have a terrible time here. But they'll probably wait for us to do the fight, which is great. Amazing. Maybe, I've noticed in this pack that people are much more willing to duel. Perhaps it is because of the way that the AI determines danger, is like how much they can like kill you in 30 seconds. And since the damage is lower, now they basically take a lot more duels. I'm not sure. But fortunately, we're still circling around in the trees here. Perpetually circling. You know, there we go. They finally land a hit, a fine hit, and now we'll start to see this duel pick up in earnest, right? Remember, I'm the one in the purple in the armor with a sword. So, cheer for me. Like, does this help at all? I mean, the shield evasion, I don't think actually applies when you're fighting. Or maybe no, yeah, if they're in front, then it would be melee evasion there. Yeah, so I mean that's fine. But we tune her up very badly, which we knew we would, which is very crucial, of course, because we're going to be able to take her out. There's no poison volleys, and that's going to really mess with the morale of her folks. So that's perfect. Gongsun Zhu, you are a champion. Not a real champion. You are a sentinel. Better than a champion. And he wins pretty handily, gets all of his health back. And now they're all shooting at me. Very sportsmanlike. But if we're lucky, the other guy will duel us too. We got some red cav. Could they catch us if we were running? I mean, I think we're actually... Yeah, let's... He's got tenacity as well, but let's duel him. We're gonna win. Yeah, they're gonna leave him behind and come at us, right? No, they're gonna rotate over. We're gonna win. I believe that we'll win for a couple of simple reasons. One, they've got tenacity, we got tenacity. They swing a lot faster than we do. That's bad. But we've got huge armor. We got twice as much armor as them. So I just believe that we will churn through and win this duel, and that's exactly what's going to happen. You know, they got that faster swing speed. We both have the same evasion, though, and we do very handily, you know, through fast forward. When, of course, this time, though, we might die on the way back to the horse. No, we get on the horse. We get on the horse. And then just in time for all of them to feel like maybe they don't want to be here anymore. And we actually shatter off all of those other units. We just need to keep on running here. There's spears and everything around us. But if you know that if you only have one priority and it's to run your dude out of a situation like that, you'll probably get out of it. Oh yeah, the old legendary formation mix-up. Because they're not going to be able to do anything here. The initial harass, you know, is now... You know, it kind of makes me sick how awesome it is and how flavorful it is. I'm like, yeah, you know, now instead of charging your cav over and fighting them, you have to charge your general across and get a duel. And then after 50 or 70 bouts, you know, no clear winner emerges. And, you know, I've been reading the novel again recently. You know, I hadn't read it for probably more than 15 years before I picked it back up. So I read it whenever I was a kid, and a couple other times since then. I read it in school. Not for class, though. My Chinese history class was, you know, 1,000 years after this. I don't think they offered one of this in any way. I wanted to do the Mongolian stuff. But of course here they, and we're just trying to make sure that our big guys don't get caught up here. And like, oh, and their guy's already dead. He must have ran into some G militia, huh? Or their guy was gone. That was just some cavalry. But it does make us pretty quick at running. We're just gonna drop that one off there, run in here. And yeah, the game said we wouldn't win this. We were going to win this. We were always going to win this. All you need, some gold weapons and tenacity of steel. Gold weapons, gold armor, all gold everything. And they are on the back foot here. They are running away. All we got to do is, of course, try to make sure we don't lose our capital while we're away. Stabbed him in the leg, kicked him.
今日此战乃是大义之胜。
You know, he is a bandit sentinel. He really wants a better job. Am I going to give him one? He is a bandit sentinel. Poison volley is probably still real good. You know, I can't say no to a bandit sentinel. We'll find a way to keep him happy, probably.
放了吧。路径明晰，该当如此。恢复原样，拿起武器，上阵杀敌。释放怒火吧。
Yeah, because we have one turn of supplies, and then of course we isn't it? Let's do that for the reserves faction wide, and then we can. Taishitsu's got a bow, so this dude can. Yeah, do that one. Seems fine. No one's got a level, because you level up way more from building buildings than you do having battles, which makes sense. Yeah, we just need more food very badly, more food before we mess around with any of the other stuff. Now we're hoping that they're going to attack us here, and that is what happens. So this is perfect. Now this is a good garrison, right? But what it isn't is anything special, you know. Solid archers, solid infantry, solid saber infantry. We know that Li Zhu is here, and that he's got the Blade of Zhang Yu, but of course we've got Zhao Yun who can fight against it. But I think, yeah, I'm having a blast. We're gonna return to this tonight, guys. But you know, I need to take a little break, take a little rest. It's been going on 6 hours for me, so give the old vocal cords a little break. Buy some pizza, pet the dog, and we'll be back in a couple of hours to pursue a little more here. And unless things change and I need to start a new playthrough, which is fine. What a delight the G of Heavenly Mandate is for this smiling boy here. What a champion, right? What a boss. And we get 6 morale when defending anyway, yeah. Because they actually have, you know, we'll just have to pick them apart, right? We'll just have to pick them apart. Now this is not a good map for us, but we run Zhao Yun. I'm planning it before we do it. We run Zhao Yun out. We get a duel. We burn the forest down. We skirmish them up. We cut up the red cav on the approach. And then Gongsun's on his excellent horse, runs around and makes a menace of himself and them. I think it'll be fine. And importantly, this is exactly what we need in order to win the fight for this gate pass clean. But anyway, that's all for right now. So I will see you guys later on, I hope. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Later, Ironic. Later, Ruans. So good to see y'all today, and hope you had a good time and that I found something useful. And yeah, see you guys.